So errors on defense.
We'll see what they say. Yeah. Yeah.
Finance conference room, today is July 14th. And today, the Budget and Finance Committee had a posted approved agenda stating that the committee will meet from July 8th to the 11th and also the 14th through the 18th. So today we're reconvening on July 14th. Our approved agenda said we would start at 10 a.m. However, getting our advisors together, now we're going to convene at 10:51 a.m. on July 14, 2025. Mr. Tati, for the record, could you take the official roll call?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee
25th Avenue Council Special Meeting for July 14th, 2025. Roll call. Honorable Sabine Parish. Present Honorable Carl R. Slater. Excuse Honorable Norman MBA. Present Honorable Amber Kizis-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kizis-Bakrati is present. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is present. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Present. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie is present. Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, which constitute a quorum for this special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Taki, for taking the official roll call this morning. Mr. Taki, I just wanted to ask if we have the Department of Justice on the call.
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taki. Do we have the Office of the Auditor General on the call?
No, we do not, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Taki, if you could notify the Office of the Auditor General that we're beginning our meeting. Is the Office of the Controller on the call?
Madam Chair, we have Office of the Controller on the call.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taki. Do we have Office of Legislative Council on the call? Oh, yes, sorry, it's Lowell's right here. Good morning. Good morning to Office of the Controller, I believe we have Mr. McCabe and also Mr. Willie on the call. This time, and then we have Office Management Budget here in the conference room. Good morning. I do, I saw Mr. Vidal.
Yeah.
Oh, he stays back. Okay, but Ms. Tom is here, Ms. Largo's here, we have a whole team here. All right, Legislative Services, Mr. Traki is here, and we have several members of Legislative Services present. We do have the Office of the Speaker present. Do we have anyone from the judicial branch present?
And Madam Chair, we have a Damon on the call.
All right, good morning, Ms. Damon. Thank you for being on the call. We have the judicial branch. We also have the executive branch members here. I don't see anyone from the Office of the President, the Vice President. Is anyone on the call from the Office of the President, Vice President? All right, seeing none at this time, I just see division directors or executive staff that are coming to our executive directors. Before we begin, I'd like to ask if Delegate Lester Yazzie could lead us in an invocation this morning as we begin our agenda.
Madam Chair, 是在那个都撒上自己的小绿刷的的提出来so we more members of the budget finance committee, our legal staff, and that's the CBT that is the people that the bidding from somebody here. So and the issue comes keep us from the last season, she will now so we didn't so we see that we feel this. But also with the moment founding we sich the mobilidad que sí de movilidad que sí de consiste en så att säga och mobilidad är based on the dot como the cable the sin handlar de sig betoriga no se debe nas ni se bigi lado you see man need to ya te go base de que ya te go di dice no ni ni se how ni construir some de synergy to based on so casual that the ni se in the media movies archiva bay to this legally that times to president the man speaker the chief justice in the topic from some legally house in the legal but we have to we have another leak we need to and the shooting the case on the is a lot so we see it over finally come to us being but we have seen that but not shadow or shy only action the week and actions we surround the more we accessible to the foundation that that's what we need on the shadow to go the key of this people like the investment of the sea so let's see whether
Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie, for providing today's invocation as we begin reconvene on our agenda. I just wanted to make a quick comment and short announcement. I want to thank Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie for sharing her harvest with us. We do appreciate the snack this morning. So thank you, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Okay, let us go back to our agenda. On Thursday, July 10th, we left off on our agenda on legislation 13325. the cohesive action on 13325. Now the committee will continue on the agenda for legislation 13425. I will have Mr. Scotty read that title into the record.
Madam Chairman, as the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0134-T5. Titled the resolution and action relating to the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navigation Division of Community Development. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. Per Navigation Council Rule of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Tani, for reading the title into the record. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider this legislation? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Vanessa Cardy, would anyone like the second motion? Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee need to have a motion and a second on the proposed legislation for the proposed budget for the Division of Community Development. We do have our prime sponsor here. I'm going to hand the floor over to our sponsor, Chairwoman Brenda Jesus, and her agents.
OMB.
Oh, yes, I forgot. I apologize. Sorry, I was looking at me like, what about OMB? Sorry, I'm sorry. We're gonna go to Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. Budget and Finance Committee Chairperson and the members that are here. And I'll go ahead and my name is Eileen Naz, and I will go ahead and read the FY 26 budget hearing division of community development budget summary. And I'll go over the table of content and the rest of the time so the table of content covers the FY 2026 budget summary by fund type. There are 6 programs under the division of community development. This is the business unit, the program names, and then under the FY 25 column, it has the approved general fund budget amount. The total is $6,270,695. And then the next column, indirect cost, the total is $611,231. And then going to the next section, proposed fiscal year 2026 navigation budget. The first column under the general fund total is $5,830,521. The indirect cost total is $666,798. And then going all the way across is the subtotal, $6,497,327. And then the bottom section is the chapter fund. And under FY 2025, the total amount was $30,250,326. And then the proposed general fund budget under the navigation fiscal year 2026, the total is $29,011,998. And across to special revenue fund internal, the total is $2,473,195. And then the grand total at the right is $31,485,193. And then for the FY 26 grand total under general fund for both the general funded program and chapter fund is $34,842,527. The indirect cost is $666,798. The special revenue was $2,173,195. Grand total of 37,982,502. And then the budget fundraise side. Budget status as of May 31st, 2025 for general fund program. This is the business unit, the program name, the original budget is $5,954,700.50. The revised budget total is $12,058,925.30. The actual expenditure is $4,832,892.01. The encumbered, the total is $1,994,733.50. The budget available total is $4,507,616.79. The percentage, then percentage is 56%. And then just for, the RDC, the directive, the changes that are included is on the exhibit D in the binder that is the FACC. That's the following of the overseas policy. Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nancy Armando, I'm the senior management analyst for the OE meetings, I guess. Going to provide first and second quarter performance assessment report for the division of community development. The first one is the first quarter 2024-25 continuing resolution for the performance assessment scores. The Ohio business unit identified the average score is 1.18 and all of the programs are passing. Business unit 108003, they have the budget 12A, which is the patch, the links and on the page. When they have the 12A, they're scored at 2.0, which is acceptable. And then going back to the PAS scores for the unified second quarter performance assessment scores for the Virginia community development. There's 5 business unit with an average score of 3.22 for the second quarter. And only going to the second quarter, here's the operation guides report of the Division of Community Development. There are 6 business units listed and they're all up to date. And then going on to the 25 commission and appropriation legislative concern report. There is a position of appropriation for the community development. There's the immediate identified. They have responded with and the status is all ongoing to the new date is good order. Then going on to the legislative concerns summary, there's one, which are all for the division of business programs. And under the business unit listing, we see that respond to second quarter, the status is ongoing. That completes all of these reports.
Thank you, Ms. Naz, and Ms. Lara for providing that report regarding the division of community development budget. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions for the Office of Management budget? Delegate Chairman Mount has a question.
Good morning, everybody. Or almost afternoon. We do have a question on some of the reports. Under your C, first quarter and second quarter performance reports. I wanted to know, OMB receives a report. Is there a place that we can look at these reports? And I know a lot of them are due in third quarter. And I wanted to read specifically the performance report for the solid waste management department. It looks like they had done some assessments, and I'll be asking later, when this report would be disseminated and then used to address some of the serious problems with solid waste management programs in our community. And then the next one is on the conditions of appropriation. There's a number 2. A report here, and I'd like to know if that has been submitted to OMB office, and if we could start looking at that particular report. Those would be my questions. Thank you.
You delegate Sharon Massey, Slargo, could you provide those reports to the budget finance committee?
And when the chairman of the committee, we don't get anything. For the performance assessments. Floors report, they go out, every quarter, all the rent sheet. And then we're assuming in the office that the 2 designs of all the programs. And then we go to the speaker. Should be coming down to all of the necessary individual that needs to get a hold of that. That the report, so it does go out every quarter. And with some figure with CS, the minimum operation report, and then condition of retaliation and legislative concern with its also. And then, going from to the condition of appropriation under 2. They did respond to the second quarter, and the third quarter, which will be entirely right now, your community budget meetings. Chair, we first community review.
Thank you, Ms. Largo. The request was that you send it to the budget and finance, but you can send that to the budget and finance. Okay, look at that, delegate Sharon Massey, making sure that we can read over those reports. I know this year in the budget instruction manual, we did insert language for these reports to be come back to budget. I don't know what that was originally in the bin, but now it is. So, nevertheless, look at that, Mr. Doctor, you just have that, have it here on my only report, but I don't have all notes, I need to compile them all together. Members, is anyone else has any questions for the office manager and budget? Okay, carrying that this time, thank you, Ms. Nez, and thank you, Ms. Largo, for your report this morning. We're gonna give some time over to the primary sponsor and her agents, Chairwoman Brenda Jesus and her agents.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, and also honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So this morning, we bring legislation 0134-25 for the committee here for the Division of Economic or Community Development for their annual 2026 operating budget. Colleagues, just for information purposes, when the committee heard the legislation, there were some recommendations that were given by colleagues of the committee as a condition of appropriation. This particular COA was geared towards the DCD administration along with the administrative service centers. Now, a lot of the concerns is around accountability, so ASC is supposed to assist chapters in getting compliance with the flag management system policies and procedures. And also updating their internal policies and procedures that chapters utilize. The other request was to have ASC and DCD administration assist chapters to implement virtual meeting policies for regular chapter meetings. The other one is provide chapters with assistance with the FMIS. And then the other one is work with MIP programs to set aside at least 2% from their annual appropriations for annual audit expenses, because we know that it is and a costly expense when auditors or external auditors are being hired, or even Office of the Auditor General when chapters are either in corrective action plan status or even sanction status. The other condition of appropriation, so the fifth one is assist chapters that are out of sanction and are cap status. When Office of the Auditor General had provided a overview report We had a lot of the chapters that fit the category of either be sanctioned or under the corrective action plan, or some are even working on corrective action plan that pose a concern because it really comes back down to accountability, transparency, and abiding by the fire management system that chapters have to adhere to on a daily basis. The last one is assist certified and non-certified chapters in completing ARPA projects and make ARPA amendments and expenditures a priority. Again, this is also an area under the RRR as well. Again, there's continued dialogue, and I know that the Children of King had released a memorandum of how the RRR delegate region dollars currently is the status on that, and also how ASC is supposed to be providing that technical guidance for a lot of the chapters regarding the delegate region funds that went under the RRR. The next one is a condition of appropriation. Again, this concern came, to the administration, also the Community Housing Infrastructure Department, to assist the Navajo Nation chapters in regards to their share of federal funds, and to ensure that these funds are in compliance with contracts outlining the ARPA, U.S. Department of Treasury guidelines. And by the end of first quarter of FY 2026, the administration along with the Community Housing and Infrastructure Department are supposed to provide a written and oral report back for the committee. And the other one is just making amendments per the BIM outline. It was to fund all of the staff that are currently permanent at 2,088 hours, along with their fringe benefits utilizing the general funds appropriation. So at this time, Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to my agent, acting director, Ms. Yazzie, for Division of Community Development, to give a general overview and request for funding here for us here this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Hastings. We'll go to Candace Valley.
Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Candace Yazzie here, Division of Community Development. So when we went before RDC last week, you'll notice in your binders that the blue tab reflects the directive that we received from the RDC committee. So what we ended up revising per their directive was the hours for vacant positions. So that was the first modification. Moving forward, you'll see in your green tab revisions to the budget that include the vacant positions with half of the time and included operating. So the green tab with the green sheets in front of it is the budget to be looking at. Also, I want to mention that we did make some revisions to the administrative budget, the solid waste, and the unmet need for ASB. So I wanted to point that out. We had ran some numbers to OMB and they helped us make some corrections, so our apologies on that. The biggest difference between the fiscal year 24 to 25, the admin, the solid waste were positive numbers, so we got more. That was in the original packet. Then CHIP got less, ASC got less, CPMT got more. Rural addressing decreased, the chapter's budget decreased, and the chapter administrative cost
went up just a little bit. In the chapter budget, there was 50-50 distribution in for summer youth employment and also the land claims and the special scholarship fund. That was all separated in the bigger sheets at the very end. I do have our staff here with the Division of Community Development. If you have questions, we will be here to answer them. Thank you.
So, this is the budget we have to work.
But I think I just should put in the amendment.
Because I'm kind of see this reason I'm
I
trying.
was curious.
Or Jesus, if you'd like to kind of operate with those as you can, or some to acknowledge you guys chair for us, there, as prior to budget finance committee finance. Chair is good.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. So hopefully, as members of Budget and Finance Committee, you're following the budget. Because I know that there's two parts, and I believe the one with the turf or blue tab that says RDC directive, that was based off the BIM recommendation for the 88 hours. But then there's also the proposed amendment as green sheets in the original budget manual when they first submitted it. So again, I'm sorry that it has to, I'm trying to go back and forth and flip through this, but again, just as acting director Yazzie had stated, we do have her in case there's any questions the committees may have at this time regarding the budget that is here before you all. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Casey, so we give some time over to Mr. Taki to explain the amendment that took place at the Research and Development Committee. Then maybe that can provide further clarification on how the binder is set up today.
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource and Development, according to their legislation, the legislation number 0134-25 offered one amendment to the legislation. The amendment included amending Exhibit B and Exhibit E, which is Exhibit B is the condition of appropriation for business unit 108001 and 108125. In addition to Exhibit E, they amended the recommended unmet needs to fulfill what was expected of them regarding the directive to Division of Community Development regarding legislation 0134-25 to fund positions at 2,088 hours, which includes 1,044 hours for those vacant positions per the BIM, as Madam Chair assisted mentioned on page 16. What was left over on the unmet needs, as they did fund personnel, is part of the new Exhibit E, which is the recommended unmet needs. So on the unmet needs, they did switch out the old Exhibit E and included the new Exhibit E, which includes a new total amount of $3,742,322. In addition, they switched out and added Exhibit F, which is in the amount of for FY 2025, I believe is $60,722,597. According to the budget binder, as Community Development Madam Chair did mention that they did color code the changes, and so that way it's easy for the committee to see those changes as well.
So Rocky, is it your advisement that the committee only looked at the blue tab budgets or both?
The Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, my recommendation is that you review both, as a Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation. And Budget and Finance Committee can amend what Resource and Development Committee has recommended.
Mr. Chaki, the way that I'm seeing it is that there's first amendment that was passed and a second directive that was passed, so. Regardless, for instance, like they should only have one budget, they shouldn't have two budgets. So which budget are we looking at? Did you review the budget?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, I reviewed the budget numbers as far as the details of the budgets of each of the tabs. No, I did not.
Okay, Miss Candace Ghazi, for clarification, the blue tab here is that, are those the budgets you created after amendment number 1 and the directive?
No, the blue tab, and hold on. The blue tab would be removing, changing the full-time hours to half-time per the directive.
Okay.
So the green information, put vacant positions at 10:44. That's what the green is. That's what the green is.
Oh, 1088 versus 1044.
The full-time versus the part-time. So the 2088 versus the 1044. So in the green, we're including all of the positions that are filled full-time. And the vacant positions at half-time with the operating.
Okay, and the green tab, this was passed out of research and development, I believe. The green tabs, everything in the green tab, the budget's here, that was passed out of the research and development, committee, correct?
Shawny, I need to have chairperson, I need assistance here from my staff.
Sure, let's take a 5-minute recess, so we can decipher this. 5-minute recess. Okay, I will see you.
Yes, that is correct.
This,
That is correct, yes.
so ladies, so can we, so can you put all the budgets from here, the pre-RDC, ADC stuff off me, and then. But then this all.
What's your? Okay.
But the green one, you propose will not, maybe that one, I would think that it's here, right? Okay, so. This. These are these are included. So it changed, we didn't even do this, and we did already see the regular budget. These are amendments in the budget. Internally.
So this is the direction, and green is the changes.
This is not already, this is right, yes, this is not already seen all. Now, and then we gave us this directive right here, the reason she put an amendment is all these changes that they made. So they, this, that's what I was saying. So you said it was right from range, you know, with your transition of the budget, and then you said, I think, in BCD, this is what we made, 1044, this is why like the 44 for the vacant position, which was in the original. Yeah, really shows there, because, we have to comply with, have already sees the record, right? Which is what this is back here, which is what that is. So you shouldn't even have the green, I would just take that all this stuff out. I would think. Yeah, but just talk to the blue, this is the original, this is the original, is related to the. The directive is the It moves vacant positions.
No, the vacant position stayed in there, but the only budget goes for 1,000.
Thank you, we're gonna go on the record after a short recess. We do have Delegate Norman and PK, Delegate Sharon Yazzie, Chairwoman Eric Hesper, Delegate Lester Yazzie, and also Vice Chairman Carl Slater present. We do have a quorum at 11:30 a.m. We're gonna go back to Chairwoman Jesus and Ms. Yazzie to clarify the budget binder and where the committee should be looking in regards to questions on this legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So the binder here, we will only be referencing, and this will be the numbers that Division of Community Development is requesting. It's tab that indicates RDC directive. So all of the budget documentation in that tab after the RDC directive is the working document on members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brenda Jesus, for making that clarification. Members of the Well, before we go into further questions, does that change any of the presentation, Chair Jesus, or is that the presentation we're gonna go with, that's legislation? Yeah.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So the initial budget that was prepared before going to Resources and Development Committee, the BIM instructions, I think for all of the divisions that we have oversight over, did not comply with the 2088 requests or hours requests for and French benefit to be budgeted under general funds. So with that, colleagues of the committee had made that recommendation to community development to make those recommendations. And with that, budget halftime at 1,044 hours with the vacant positions, which they did. So if you look at the new budget forms for every department, you'll see under the personal wages, there really isn't a significant difference. But if you go to the operating budgets, you'll see a lot of the departments' operating budgets in the red, and I believe with the new attachment of the unmet needs here, I believe it's exhibit E. It is requesting to, fund, let's see, yeah, exhibit E, where there is a request of $3,614,072 that is currently being requested, and it's got all the business units. And then also their justification of why they're requesting these unmet needs for FY 2026. Madam Chair, I don't know if, Acting Director Yazzie would like to add anything to that? Okay, so colleagues of the Budget and Finance Committee, the first section of the budget that is attached, there are some green divider pages in there that's got the wording of proposed amendment. Now, those proposed amendment budget are actually attached here on the blue tab that says RDC directive. So again, that's where the changes were made, and the budgets before the green tab were the old budgets that initially were submitted the first time around by the Division of Community Development. So if you just do a comparison, you'll see some of the changes that were made per RDC's recommendation and working in accordance to the BIM recommendation for full-time employees at budgeting the salary at 2,088 hours and also the full French benefit. So just clarification on that, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Jesus, and then members of the committee again. The budgets, the prepared budget forms that have been given to us in the division of community development binder. We should be taking a look at everything after the turquoise tab labeled RDC direction. So those budgets have been prepared with the directives. That's been for the services development directions. Okay. With that, I'm gonna go back to the Budget and Finance Committee to ask any questions on the legislation. Chairwoman Eric, that's what's right.
Yeah, I think you started, Chairman, presenting the legislation. Just, and reviewing the OMB report that gives us, expenditures as of, May 31st. It does look like all of the programs under the division are under spending. So I highlighted the ones that were identified by the first asterisk. And so my question will be, if they're underspending now, why do we see increase to programs and a decrease to other programs like the chapter? I appreciate that you the division put in their approved, or I'm assuming their approved organizational chart. It's helpful to know what positions are currently approved. We're still trying to figure out on our end who actually approves the org part, so that's a question the waiting for Department of Human Resources. As programs change how they're organized, of course, there's a new position required planning to pay that position for 10, 15 years, so. I wanted to first ask, in our rules, we have a rule 3, and it states that, your agent or ourselves, that we say. The information that we're providing is like to the best of our knowledge, and that it's found out, the deliberately do not state the truth, that there'll be ethics violation or an ethics complaint, so I'm just gonna ask a few questions to get us going. In terms of the BIM, I appreciate that, so I would ask the vision director, I need to verify that, in the personnel for all of the projects, for all of the programs here. Have all of the existing or individuals that have a position, a BIM position, are they all at 2,080 hours funded, and are there fringe funded? I'm looking at your unmet needs. And it is mixed in with personnel and operation, but it's also not clear if it's to help with vacancy. Or to help with an individual who is currently in that position and need additional dollars. I'd also like to ask, with your vacancies that you've amended to 1024, if we're including the fringe. Or is that something we would see in your unmet need, your new exhibit E? One particular question I wanted to ask, and we may need to have a comprehensive discussion, but I noticed that you have contract or consulting money for the wind system, Google, and I'm not sure why that's not under Navajo Department of IT, since we also pay for those services on behalf of the Navajo Nation government. So if you could just give me an idea, I understand there's an existing contract, but I would just want to raise that as a legislative concern. Since you're asking for over $100,000 to cover those costs. I would want to see internally how you could cover it. We're seeing this in other programs where they've entered into contracts with outside companies that are hosting like their data. So there's a whole conversation about, data sovereignty, access to data. What happens, when there's, the cyber attack. So I think those are gonna be some long-term discussions that could happen down the way. One thing that I'll need from the chapter tab, I do see that you modified the budget. I would just like to get a high level summary. I think your unmet need, you do say X amount of chapter managers. I'm assuming they're all vacant, the ones that you're asking for your unmet needs. Because the question would be, and you may need more time, is how long these positions have been vacant? And, at what point do we then say we need to re-examine these positions because there's a chronic vacancy, then the chapters are not receiving those services? And, we've talked a little bit about changes to Title 26 or changes to personnel at the chapter level. You're not able to fill those vacancies, which, can be a challenge. But when we're talking about money or financial systems, we need to start regionalizing if you have chronic vacancies, which lead to like audit findings, which leads, it just puts us at risk. And I have seen in the past 2 years, corrective action plans from the chapters, but it sounds like it's more of the process and not so much the mishandling of money. If the money can be accounted for, maybe it's like, clock in or policies. So, I commend your team, but I just wanted to see then, as we move forward, the status of the chapter. We've been talking to the controller, and with our new system that we're implementing. We may need to re-envision with RDC. What does that look like for giving funding to the chapter, where they may, instead of going through your division, the controller may have the opportunity, once it's passed by council, passed by the president, that it's the controller just allocating that fund. And the state of Arizona does something similar. So we're just looking at ways, since we did hear a lot of challenges on how ASC, it took them 3 to 4 months to provide the remaining funding to the chapters. And during our public hearings, we heard a lot of concern regarding that delay. We did hear about solid waste. The chapters are asking for a heavy equipment operator position. That's why we're looking at the vacancies and personnel. And we did have a conversation on maintenance, because they have also asked for a maintenance position. We need to do a little bit of research, or someone on your team knows why on the 19th council. There was I guess an amendment according to the division director, Jonathan. Dale. He mentioned that the chapters then were given money under the 19th council for maintenance, and so we may just need to re-look at how that occurred, so that chapters know they are getting money for maintenance, but maybe now it's just not enough, or that funding has run its course. I'm trying to think, those were some of the major areas that we've heard from chapters. Of course, the 5-year ICIP plan that's required by National Commission appropriation law that still has not been submitted for RDC consideration, so that they can make their recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee. So we are gonna have to waive that law in this budget. And so those are things that my hope is, I'm gonna develop some legislative concerns, some conditions of appropriations, so that we get these areas, at least have some kind of time frame how we're gonna move forward. And individuals can address those kind of issues. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman, and everybody. And I wanted to share the rule that Chairwoman already had mentioned. This rule was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee regarding our procedures in BFJ in 2525. The rule is Rule 4. The Oversight Committee is not required to swear in any agents or presenters regarding their presentations to navigation personnel policy manual subjects, all navigation employees to termination first offense for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents, and under the navigation ethics and government law at 2 and C subsection 3741, subsection 37 through subsection 3793, all nomination elected officials are subject to forfeiture of their elected positions and political civil penalties for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. And so that is the rule that I believe not just the Budget and Finance Committee adopted, Resource and Development Committee adopted similar rules. So did HPS yet, so just want to state that. So we know which resolution we're referring to. All right, I'm gonna go back to Chairwoman Jesus and her agents to respond to the questions posed by the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman, and also members of the committee. I wish to thank your Honorable Karati for asking that question. So, in regards to the under expenditure for the departments under Division of Community Development, I have noted, and this is where we need to work closely with the divisions to having them start provide quarter reports. I have asked that of other divisions and provide that financial statement to the committee so that we know that their expenditure rate is at least on path in regards to the funds that they're asking for and hopes that they do expend majority of the funds. But now that we have acting director Yazi and her team here from Division of Community Development with a concern that is being brought up here by Budget and Finance Committee, I really hope that they now start looking at their expenditure pattern going forward, because again, you know, when you're working in corporate governance, these are the areas to also really look at, whether it's on a monthly basis or on a quarter basis, to make sure that you're in line with spending these dollars. And I know that this has been a concern that's been brought up by Resources and Development Committee to mostly all of the divisions, but I think under current acting director Yazi's tenure as division director, we haven't brought this to her attention, but to all the other division directors under the divisions. And again, I'd like to go ahead and also have Director Yazi also weigh in on this and also make responses to the questions that was posed here by Chair Prati, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Jesus. I wanna first clarify just a few things about the binder. After the blue, you'll notice that the hours are changed to halftime, right, to 10:44. But also, if you look at the operating, it was removed. That is why I have the green, and I like to request the green. Because the green information, so everything before the blue are the half or the 10:44 for vacant positions with the operating. So I just wanna clarify that. So my request is the amendment 3 portion. I wanna go down to the expenditures for DCD. The department managers are aware of the. Yes. I do not have amendment language. I wanted to just mention that. Yes. Because. It says proposed amendment. Let me just direct you. Let's look at the tab for RDC directive. Go to the blue. Hold on. Okay, so. Alright, you get your hair, Susan. Now, I know what your management colleague was just when her set of questions was, I wrote down how management is working with division of general services, how management is working on Google, kind of like they already honored questions about how to cost save generally. So since those questions, I wanted to focus on answering those questions first before we get into your proposal, because what we're gonna have to do, I think it's great that the budget binders are visual for the committee to see what you're recommending. But we need to work that out for your staff, and some of your staff needs to work with who from legislative services is working with us today. Last week, it was Sherelle. Sherelle, okay. Trey and Sherelle are back there, right? Alright, Trey and Sherelle, they can help start to look at what your amendment is, because I don't know if you've worked on an amendment before, but we're gonna have to go business unit by business unit on how that money is being moved from the RDC recommendation. So we need some of your staff to work with OLS, just so the committee can see where that money is moving line by line. Because if there's no proposed language for that, we can't see based on just your budget forms here. The budget forms are very detailed, but we need kind of a high level overview of what you're proposing. So Ms. Yazzie, if you could identify someone and work with Sherelle in the back on that, on that form, we do have the form back there that can go line by line.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. I just wanted to ask, since the director from RDC, we have our unmet needs that are in the back section of the binder. Would it be possible just to go with the directive and then request for the unmet needs? Because the unmet needs took out, the RDC took out all the operating, and the unmet needs is requesting for operating.
We still need amendments. So, all right, let me let the division know. Right now, where the legislation is where it left the RDC. So that's where your new kind of baseline is. Your baseline is where it left RDC. Now, you're asking the committee to consider some amendments. So work with the Office of Legislative Services back there to identify that. If you need a new exhibit E, then prepare that exhibit so we can consider that. And then all of the exhibits are gonna have to be updated, so. That's just the recommendation right now, because right now we can't just, the committee can't just say, okay, all these budget forms right here, we're gonna accept it as is now. We actually have to have a business unit to business unit. And when we can help with that, that's what, Ms. Elvis is here to oversee. So while Ms. Yazzie is responding to questions, could you have one of your staff members work with Office of Legislative Services in the back, Trey and Sherelle are in the very far back. Sherelle, can you raise your hand? Okay, that's Sherelle back there. Alright, so Ms. Yazzie will need a continue on to answer those questions, but if you could have someone's division of community development go to the back and work on that proposed amendment. There's a proposed amendment on this time, but it's good to see a high level view on what that looks like. Ms. Yazzie, can you answer the questions?
Yes, I'll answer the question. So, the expenditure rate, the department managers are aware of where they need to land on the remaining months for their expenditures, and I'm actually, forecasting a little bit less. So I don't, unless we have some, high costs or high expenditures, I'm actually projecting a little less. So between 74% and 85% for the different divisions, but each division manager knows where they need to land. We have gone over that a couple of times, so I'm aware of it. The biggest cause, of course, with the now information, we all know, I've heard it a lot of times and I see it now, is with the vacancies. And how that gets fixed is a good question. So I'll go to, the fees or the requests for clarification on the contract and consulting. We have, of course, we have RTS Solutions who provides wind updates and we pay them fees for any changes that we need to make. And I do see a high cost for Google. And that is definitely a good idea to go talk with DIT and ask them what kind of services they're providing and try to maybe negotiate and consolidate some costs there. So I agree with that, because that's actually pretty high, at $100,000, $106,000, I noticed. On that one, so we do have 2 people right now in our administrative costs that do provide technical support to chapters as well. And they also need support. Long term, I see the division needing maybe another person, but that's not what I'm like trying to find out right now, just so you have a heads up. So going back to the chapter, I do have Mr. Charlie here to answer questions about the chapter changes to Title 26, and I think there's been, I hear regionalizing, not sure what the history is on that. But Mr. Charlie's here to talk about any corrective action plans.
So I'll, if you don't mind, I can have them come up here.
Mr. Charlie, where's yours?
Alright, yeah, Ashland County, everybody, name is John Charlie, AC Department Manager. So the question that I hear from Honorable Connie was the way we budgeted for the chapter personnel, with those that were, if they were all vacant. Not all positions were vacant, only the non-certified positions that are listed on that, unmet need, those ones are vacant. The ones for the certified chapters, I believe there's, four of them, I believe. But the original budget, I know we had 11, but that's for the chapter manager and AA. We came up with those ones going on there and not funding them, if, with the planning allocation, just due to they do have enough in their fund they do have enough in their fund to account in order to hold themselves as a chapter. So they had it, most of them have an excess of $110,000 in their fund too, so they can support themselves in the event they have to. But for the non-certified position, those are the ones that are vacant. And we compiled that for the budget. So yeah, not all of them are vacant, but some of them are filled. The only ones filled are in certified positions.
Are you able to provide that for chapter? For region or agency? How many are, which ones are certified chapters in that region and non-certified? And which positions are vacant? And do you know how long those positions been vacant?
We can do that together.
Can you do it in matrix like that?
Mr. Charlie, do you have a breakdown on the total, see, we have a top dollar amount here, but do you have a breakdown per chapter, the vacancies and also the personnel? Who, what positions are filled, in addition to that, I believe Chairwoman Amber Casper, I also, okay, so that is in their budget, I just have to pull it out.
But it doesn't tell me, it doesn't tell me the positions, like what's vacant and what's. It doesn't like how we.
It just goes by chapter, it doesn't say which positions filled, positions not.
Like what's that 288?
Right, it doesn't do the.
Cause they do it, the chapters do it, but. I need to see that from ASC.
Yeah, Mr. Charlie, could you break that down further? And I think Chairwoman Everett also asked about additional personnel. That may include additional heavy equipment operators and other positions. Mr. Charlie, please.
Yeah. As long as. One of them shoots.
That's your unmet, that's your unmet need.
And the big one, usually.
Yeah, so they have their budget account.
Mr. Charlie and Ms. Yazzie, could you ask me for a breakdown of the chapter personnel?
The ones that are not in this budget.
In addition to the ones that are not in this budget. Let me, okay, we'll go back to Chairwoman Everett, Mr. Charlie.
Sure, thank you. So this is, I appreciate it. So we do have budget for 3 in your unmet needs. I saw that, but if you look at that. I'm seeing, because your numbers are not coming up. It doesn't say the work site, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You have 50 chapter managers here, but you did it. It doesn't match what you just told us. And then. Assistants, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, another 15. It doesn't say here if they're vacant or not, because your worksite code and your employee ID are linked. That's what I'm asking for. Which ones are these? Are these filled positions? And then if you look at your first, I don't know, 15, there's no hours, it's an asterisk. So I need clarification, I do see starting account maintenance. Down here, they get starts ALM, because Alamo, I do see you're asking for 2088. But the directions are it's vacant and you're asking for it. It's 1088, unless you could tell us, you have someone who's gonna be hired and are gonna start October 1st. So go over the question about asking, sure, I'm asking very specific, not, I'm asking very specific from this page. That this, pull up for the chapter. Who's not funded? And I think I don't know if it's a policy question, I understand that they have enough money in their fund too. To cover their personnel. I'm not sure if the chapters. Did they pass a resolution that said they're gonna do that? I mean, what's the conversation with chapters, if we're gonna make these decisions for them? And then what are those 4 chapters? Because now, we're putting money into GWA for LJ chapters, so there's a lot of. There's a lot of things going on when it comes to chapters, I just need to make sure, ASC has a plan and I fully understand it. Thank you.
You chair will let your the party, I'm gonna go back to our sponsor and our agents at the Division of Community Development.
Okay, thank you, John Charlie again. So, Honorable Crowdy, go back to your questions, the one we were looking at, that's the, first proposal that we made to RDC. And that's the one that they told us to make the amendments to, the 15 positions and the 19 AMS, that's to be, that's our original RDC one that they told us to amend, so we amended that sheet. And that one for the, just for clarification, the AMS positions, which are the non-certified positions at the bottom, those ones are continuously, some resign, some get hired, so that one's kind of, they're revolving a lot. For the certified chapters, we utilizing their chapter balances, they do have enough funds in their fund too, which is their personnel funds that they have been given. Some, as we know, do have an excess amount, so those chapters we know have enough in their fund account to carry themselves for at least a year, but they were not funded. So those are certified chapters with funds at their chapter in the fund to account.
Do the breakdown.
And the breakdown. And for the certified chapter, they handle all their personal at their chapter, so we would have to get it from them. I'll have to get it from each one of them. We do have some, but not all. For all certified.
Do you have the budget form trees?
Or for the one this Honorable Crowdy is referring, or for the new?
For
one?
those, for the certified chapters.
For the certified chapter.
Basically, what they're asking is just for all your employees, whether they're non-certified or certified chapters, so you have it.
I do for the non-certified and not certified, not all of them for the certified.
Send, what you have over.
Do you have your USB with you? I let all the division directors know to bring you all's budgets. Okay. Can you send it to Rodney, so Rodney can send it out to the member?
Members of the committee and the Division of Community Development will send it what they have in Form 3, regarding the chapters. I'll go back to Chair.
Work into the non-funds.
Yes, thank you, so. Mr. Charlie, you mentioned that you have an updated form. In the unmet needs tab, where exactly is that in your binder? Because I did look. I'm looking at the tab of unmet needs, looking behind yellow or green. Looking at budget form 2. And now there's more positions, which is fine, but the information is still missing. Is it a vacancy or is someone here? Then how many hours? And I do see this where there's like a prorate. But I'm not seeing. I don't think I really understand. Chair, we could, there's, I think the chapters have it. They should have. Put that. That's what I'm trying to get at, because ASC is making that decision. They did that last time. And that's what we give them money, that's what we have to do fixed costs. And I don't know why ASC.
The treasurer's supposed to
Messing
be
with it. And then you share the other division, they also have.
The other one is just for the.
So we fix them, so
The GW.
that's what I'm trying to understand.
So should there be, so there should be nothing like.
Because it's a chronic vacancy, but it should be said.
She's.
Yeah. I know, I was trying to think about
Very excuse further, explain what is happening in the division of community development budget.
Yeah, which one we look at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the committee. I know this is complex. I'd like to offer a suggestion to Budget and Finance Committee and also to colleagues here from Division of Community Development. I too cannot follow this budget right now. So I'd like to request to see if this legislation, it hasn't been tabled yet, to be tabled and have the team go back and take out the old budget and add the new budget in with the recommended amendments, along with doing an actual matrix or like you're requesting for Chair Crotty for chapter officials, identifying within each region certified and non-certified chapters, positions that are filled, positions that are not filled, and identifying how long those positions have been vacant, and just how many hours are we asking as unmet needs for these certified chapters? Or are they really gonna be funded through the Fund Two as a certified chapter? So we still have yet homework to do, Madam Chair, Chair Crotty. So I'd like to offer that recommendation and refer this item or to the end of the agenda in hopes that we have it more detailed so that your questions can be, answered. And just how much Division of Community Development is requested for in terms of unmet needs. Madam Chair.
You got that. Can we just do that? Can we just do that?
Yeah.
Because she's asking for a matrix. I think we'll really need it. That is very down on
There's
this.
quite a bit for this, we gave us a 14 million,
They do that personally.
and then they.
Resignation on the check.
How many hours are you asking? Is it the full 2,008 hours? But you just told us that we have the savings in the Fund Two as a certified.
Of the 12 million amount that is requested, that's for all 110 children.
Yes, that's why my brain is like.
And it's.
Oh.
I thought that we had-
Let's see, we're getting direction.
And then maybe.
We have consensus on what to do on that.
Yeah, but like first. Under the husband. What do they have? Yeah.
And I just. You are from now. So it's very. We have community development, and the budget instruction manual was passed, the planning based amount, and money was given to each of the branches for planning based amounts. Okay. When the recommendation came from the controller, from our advisors, it did not touch the principal of the chapter budget. The recommendation was not to decrease the chapter budget, and so it's unusual to see an unmet need request when the chapters do. So I know Vice Chair Slater is gonna leave a motion in a little bit to table this legislation, but I'm sharing with you. My recommendation is to start with the chapter budget, and then with whatever planning base amount dollars you have after that, build your budgets out like that. Because it looks like you have a decrease in the chapter budget, and I don't know your instruction from, at this time, Mr. Augustine, who was working, because there was some back and forth between me and Mr. Augustine, and I don't have a final copy of the memos that he sent to you. I don't know what that correspondence was. We could also schedule leadership meetings to have further discussion about this. But I think it would be best if we have a discussion about your budget and then prepare an amendment that will be best help the division so that we can work on this. I think that we have some great recommendations here, but we're gonna really need to understand and take a deeper dive so that we can build a better amendment for your budget, so we don't miss anything. We can look forward to Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I guess before, going further, I just wanna ask one question, that is, at the back of the binder, you have the unmet need for the $970,233. What were those, was it 11 chapter managers, it says prorated. So is that at 1088, because it's just an asterisk, there isn't a dollar amount there? I mean, sorry, it's 1044, and I apologize, I correct this, I'm thinking exact question, and then. And this is where you're asking, the fringe was applicable to all of them. Yeah. Is it? 45, 144. And then. Okay, so it's 11 chapter manager, 11 admin assistant. Oh, and now, I guess second, so are those positions filled or not? That's what I'm here, doesn't have an employee ID under it, it's just, it's blank in that column. So that's what I'm trying to say, that these vacant positions are not big positions. And then I guess what informed the decision to decrease it from the 12.2 to 9,853,998? For this dollar amount, I guess it'd be helpful for us to understand what the baseline is. Inclusive or exclusive of fringe for the personnel, and work our way out from there in terms of what the. What the operational budget is that's required for them. And I guess, those are the offer, help costs for us on the offer couple here. I think. Throughout the whole ASC, there just needs to be like some transformational like. Training, because on how to work with people, I. sent an email saying that, our ASC had provided inaccurate information to us. And I got an email, which I had to forward to you, but this guy, I never received a response to anything that was sent to me, so I just stopped sending things. Saying I am appalled at, Doug, I said what he wrote. The only thing I said was inaccurate information. And there seems to be an attitude that you should divide and conquer between the chapter staff. That they don't see, I don't have any certified chapters and the elected leadership. An essential agency going back to Irvin Mitchell's tenure as the division director. I mean, it's literally a revolt among the 16 chapters. They've come to me, they've come to everyone saying, what can we do to figure out this situation? And it's the staff and the leadership. And it's like, at one moment, it's trying to subvert people over here, at the other moment, it's over here. And I generally have a, praise in public, criticize in private sort of attitude, but I'm just getting so fed up with, letting things slide under the table at this point. And it's this whole performative thing, saying like, well, let me pretend to over communicate, but there actually isn't substance and accountability on getting budgets set up on. I don't think there's been any accountability on this whole kerfuffle, but budget being passed and whatever happened between the land and FMIS and all of that. There's a way for people to follow their sword and not pass away. Like, people need to be accountable. There's been no accountability here. There's been no accountability at the agency level. It's just the same recycled stuff over and over and over again, like we're gonna get to it. And, the officials haven't been paid in 3 months, and they're volunteering their time essentially over that period. It's hard to have sympathy for the program overall and say, okay, well, it's just their fault because they didn't pass their budget in July or this or that. There needs to be some sort of leveling up, and I don't know if that's bringing in external people to rethink how it's organized, if it's providing more management within ASC, but we receive the audits when they come back here. And a feature that comes back up again and again and again is like, well, we had ASC here signing, we didn't have officials, we didn't have staff. So they're the ones who are overseeing and doing this, and then we're getting our hands slapped at the end. Because we did something quote unquote inappropriate or didn't have whatever it was at the chapter level. But they were following the orders and then having everything signed off by the ASC. And I'm sympathetic to that because there doesn't end up being any accountability back to them when there are repercussions at the chapter and program. So, I hope that in the restructuring, this is something that we're looking at because it's like there needs to be some sort of democratic accountability if we're gonna do it at the regional level where the staff would be accountable of that change. Because everything that filters through this budget is unaccountable, right? There's an incentive structure for the executive branch, for the legislative branch, whatever is wholly within their purview to cover it up, dismiss, and not provide accountability type of oversight or the national people. There's never an incentive for daylight, there's never an incentive to say, oh, we've done this. Unless something's genuinely changing, because then you can stand on it and be like, well, I'm gonna be held accountable if things don't change. But that's just plainly what is not happening. And I can go on and on about DCP, but I still have very high hopes for your leadership, Director Yazzie. I just think that so much of it is performed, like these trainings. They're talking to my officials and they're just like, it's not trainings. I mean, it's just kind of like reviewing some stuff. And I mean, I made this comment about ASC providing inaccurate information because it seemed like they weren't aware of any updates that had taken place with respect to the procurement policy years ago. And I had told them about an issue, not this AC one this past year, but last year or 2 years ago, I said, look, the small purchase policy was increased to 50,000, as long as it doesn't exceed 25% on the service costs, then you can process it in this manner. You can also do this for emergency documenting that you reach out to these people, you can move forward that way, you can work with DOJ on that. And so the officials started doing that and then had their hands slapped by ASC. Said, no, that's not true, it's $10,000, and you can't do anything with service. And I mean, I was just flabbergasted, right? It's like, who takes the initiative within the department or the division to make sure you're getting accurate training from the Department of Justice on what the current policies are? And there's like a lot of latitude right now in how to move forward with them, and that only seems to benefit external large dollar contractors that are coordinated at the president's office. So I'm extremely frustrated, and you can hear it in my voice right now. And it's really hard to take this seriously, and the same thing with solid waste. When Sumatsu was there, we worked to get money into the program and to do a waste study so that we could look at how we actually have a comprehensive system. And then at a certain point, which I can respect to a certain degree for 1 year, they're like, oh, we'll just push the money out to the chapters. And they can just pay that much. So that doesn't solve anything. Like, we wanna look at economies of scale, we wanna look at where we can end up, we wanna do all these things. And like the path of least resistance and least accountability is what is being taken, so that's where I want to challenge again, like on the unmet needs budget. I saw that there was some funding there, it's unclear like what is needed to go into staff, into planning, or. If it's just gonna end up getting reallocated for other purposes, finding strategies and all that stuff, or if it's just gonna get pushed out to the chapter level. But we need that sort of central comprehensive planning, and I think when we get to the directive, that's gonna be my ask to you, is to revisit that solid waste budget and make sure that there's enough operational funds in there. If we can come back and supplement and discuss among ourselves, if that's what we want to support by this year. So. The other, I guess the last thing I just want to close on, because I could go on and on and on, but I want to ask before we do the directive. You know. What is CPMD and DCD's responsibility with respect to the capital improvement program? And how has that been fulfilled in this year's budget? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I'm gonna give the floor back to the sponsor and the division just to respond to the one question regarding the CIP. I believe that what Vice Chair Carl Slater has. Maybe we spent all day here talking about how to improve the division of community development. We can hear how the Resource and Development Committee is working on that, and I have not seen legislation to make any policy changes or recommendations, so I don't know to that extent, so I'll give the floor back to our sponsor to respond to that, but Vice Chair Slater asked.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the committee. So just an update, Title 26 amendments was proposed. And I am the initial sponsor, but after we heard of from Office of the Auditor General, just how many certified and non-certified chapters were sanctioned or a corrective action plan status with several revisits, the initiatives of chapters trying to carry out and fulfilling the corrective action plan is very minimal. I mean, less than 20%. So with that, I went and withdrew my legislation, and there is a model 1 and 3. So model 1 and 3 is basically saying we're going to certify all chapters across the Mountain Nation. But do we really want to do that because of the current sanctions and corrective action plans that are not being fulfilled, or having certified chapters who are sanctioned with 2 or 3 revisits from the Auditor General with no, I guess, interest, you would say, to try to get off of the sanction status. So that addresses with the model 1 and 3, the other one was the supervision aspect, who is going to be supervising the chapter coordinator for non-certified chapter. And it was going to be one of the 3 elected officials. So that's model 1 and 3. But RDC had questioned Department of Justice, the chapter unit, in regards to this current dichotomy that Vice Chair Slater had mentioned between the chapter officials and staff. I know that it has been brought to Department Manager Mr. Charlie's attention multiple times. And I really believe that this is up to the department managers to strategize on what would be a quantifiable restructuring plan, but to date, our resource development committee has not received anything. So again, we're constantly running up against this to where we have to be careful because as RDC, we're the policy makers and department managers are put in these very positions to try to fulfill and carry out the goals and objectives in a more quantifiable, measurable approach. So right now, RDC is really looking at the 2 model and 4 model, but Navigation Department of Justice is very centric on passing the 1 and 3 model for this Title 26 amendments. And again, as council, I believe we really need to start discussing, do we go regionalization now? Because again, as colleagues of the nomination council, you know, this will impact your delegate region districts. What are the chapters' position on the regionalization aspect? Because again, I know that we have 110 municipalities across the nomination, and how do chapters view that? Because I've been visiting some chapters myself, and they're really not favorable to regionalization. So again, we just give it back to the people, but we need to have a plan in place. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and just make a response to the Title 26 amendments and some of the issues that the chapters are faced with, but we've never gotten a plan to date from Resources and Development Committee in regards to ASC's restructuring and what would work and what would not work. So I'm hoping that Mr. Charlie here is hearing this, and what is his plan, because right now, it's just always taking the position of the chapter staff, but we also have to remember that we have elected officials that have been elected by community as well, to try to meet the needs of every community that, of course, you know, it being diverse across the nation. So Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to Acting Director Yazzie, along with her colleagues, to respond to some of the concerns that were brought up here by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Jesus. Mr. Darren Charlie's here to address the restructuring plan that, under AFC.
Okay, so Jerome Charter here again, ASC, Honorable Slater, so to answer your questions on the, budget that was on the back, the one that, identified the 11 managers, 11 AAs. So, the budget was compiled because from executive branch, the chapters were allocated 9.8 million in the planning allocation for personnel. So that is why the budget looks as unique as it does. And because that's the planning amount, and the overall amount is a little over 12 million is what's needed for chapter personnel. And all the numbers there do include personnel and fringe rates and fringe benefits, so it is all included, that's all part of it. The 11 certified positions, we only identify them because due to them being certified, and they do have funds in their Fund 2 account to support themselves. We did budget the AMS positions at 1044 as directed for the vacant that were vacant. So the unmet need only reflects those 11 certified chapters. And vacant positions. So, and as far as not seeing the numbers, not all of them are for the certified, not all of them are vacant, some are, but at the certified chapters, they do handle all their personnel over there. So they have their information, but we try to keep up as best we can, but we don't have all of them. As well as the asterisk was mentioned, that's due to we use the best estimation for the chapter manager salary, as that is not currently tracked or controlled by BPM. It is at the chapter certified level for those positions. Thank you.
Is Kenneth Gowdy, did you also respond to the Sheriff Slater's question regarding the CIP?
Yeah, regarding the CIP, the department manager of CPM is here to answer that question.
Good afternoon, Honorable Slate. One of the things with CPM, he was going to be rolling out this next fiscal year, and we have already started this now. Is making sure that our restructuring in plans include system organization. Moving projects to completion by making sure that those project managers have backups. And that they're eliminating all the bottlenecks. And trying to get so many, use these benchmarks on a quarterly basis. And making sure that those projects have been completed or moving them into the 8%. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, for responding. I just wanted to mention that we do have a copy of the internal executive branch budgeting. It does, executive branch did pay $2 million. Well, almost $3 million cut. $2 million. Almost $2 million cut
They gave it to them, so.
from the chapters. Give it back to Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. My question was asking, is DCP aware of the responsibilities related to the capital improvement plan in the Mission Code? Were they fulfilled in this budget proposal?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm gonna go back to our warrior sponsor, our agents to respond to that question.
DCD is aware of all of the projects out there. DCD is aware of the amount of workload and coordination it all takes. It's a lot. There's 5 project managers and there's a lot of support that is needed within DCD. We are aware of it. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Ms. Kansgowski. I don't think you answered the question in regards to the responsibilities in the appropriations law, so I'm gonna go back to Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. For the benefit of the listening audience, the committee and Chair Zeus as well as the program, and read this. Section 860, capital improvement process. And this is why I did not go to the last year's budget, probably won't go for this year in this exchange. A administrative framework for capital improvement office, which is SCBMD, within the Division of Community Development as the executive branch, shall be responsible for the administration, coordination, and development of the capital improvement plan. As defined herein, controller of the Office of Management Budget shall assist the capital improvement officer in methods of financing the capital improvement plan. All capital improvement funding requests shall be submitted to the capital improvement office, which shall evaluate all requests in accordance with objective criteria developed by the Transportation and Community Development Committee of the Navigation Council, which is now RDC. B, development of capital improvement plan. The proposed capital improvement plan shall consist of a multi-year plan for capital expenditures, including a detailed one-year capital improvement budget. Which is theoretically will convene and appropriate each year. It's not completed for who knows how long. The proposed capital improvement budget shall include a listing of projects in order of priority and proposed year of construction or acquisition. Data on each project shall include A, anticipated capital cost of each project. B, the anticipated source of capital funds for each project. C, the estimated annual operating costs or savings for each project. D, the estimated completion date data of each project. E, the adopted plan or policy, if any, which each project would help to implement. F, the viable alternatives that are considered for each project, with the reasons the proposed project is the most cost-effective and practical alternative for meeting the stated objective. And G, the project's ranking, whatever sequencing / priority setting system was used as the basis for evaluation of capital improvement project proposals. 2, the capital improvement office shall be responsible for the development of a priority ranking system, which takes into consideration factors such as project cost, feasibility, project value, and benefits to the community as a whole, which shall be presented to the Transportation and Community Development Committee for approval. C, approval of the capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is developed by the capital improvement office and subject to the approval of the Navigation Council upon recommendation of the Transportation and Community Development Committee, which is now RDC. The appropriation portion of the capital improvement plan is subject to approval of the navigation council upon recommendation of the budget and finance committee. Any modification or amendment affecting the approved CIP is subject to review and concurrence by TCDC prior to consideration by the navigation council. 3, the Transportation Community Development Committee is authorized to make convene public hearings for the purpose of obtaining public input with respect to the post capital improvement plan. A formal report containing all public comments shall be compiled by the appropriate legislative advisors and made available to the PSC. Capital budget preparation calendar. By time 10 months prior to the beginning, let's just skip down to 2. By 10 months prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, the capital improvement office shall prepare an inventory listing of existing tribally owned facilities for the purpose of determining need for renewal, replacement, expansion, or retirement of the same facilities. 3, by 9 months prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, the capital improvement office shall prepare a report for all elected officials on the current status of previously approved capital improvement projects. The report shall contain information on which projects are to be continued, the amount of funds required to continue to complete effective projects. Determine the amount of remaining funds from projects completed or discontinued, and summaries as to the progress of previously approved capital improvement projects. 4, by 8 months prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, capital improvement office management budget and controller shall perform financial analysis and financial programming for the purpose of determining the level of capital expenditures now should be safely afford over the term of the capital improvement plan, and determine the selection, schedule, and funding sources to be designated for the capital improvement plan, and so on and so forth. And then capital budget monitoring. So I thought that by raising this issue and trying to take a stand last year, that it at least would have elevated it to someone's ears who works within DCD. And I asked about what are the responsibilities, so it's not necessarily this, we should all have a conceptual understanding of what our obligations are under the code. Because this has been highlighted, at least since I've been on the EFC, and I know we were on PES. When I was on PES, and I was very much involved in trying to get CARES and ARPA going, that these same things are brought up because we know that CPMD and DCD needs to augment their existing budget with additional resources. That money was made available in years past to hire more project managers, but primarily to fulfill this. I remember looking at part to Delegate Mitchell, then Director Mitchell, and Director was set as eyes. And who was it before that from Full J? No, not this. No, the CPMD director, James Atakai. So those, at least those 2 budgets saying, okay, we're gonna give you this money, we need the plan. Like, we don't need to solve everything, but like, we need the plan. We convene with RDC. To say, okay, well, what is RDC's plan to help fulfill responsibilities within this process? Because when we got that document, the feedback of the committee is this isn't a plan, this is just like a smattering, they're asking for feedback on what the priorities should be. I know that we provided some, I personally got noticed, like I said, some responses on what the priorities should be for rate order, but we don't hold the final authority for that responsibility, that's not RDC. And, I haven't seen the legislation, maybe there's an informal commentary that's been provided to the program. But in the absence of legislating that advice, I mean, what those program objectives and priorities should be for those things. It's easy for them to flounder unless they have something that they can fall back with. But there's this dual responsibility between the office saying, this is what makes sense under best management practices and et cetera, plus the funding that's available, plus additional objectives that are provided by elected leadership, the legislated into law. And then the review of that by the elected leadership over at the RDC level before it gets plugged into the budget process. And I just, we have laws, we have a process, and we need the programs to follow. And when we say, okay, this is the dollar amount that we need to get us to the plan, right? I remember very much the committee was saying, can we have a couple months? Like, yes, this is a big deal, it's gonna take a year at least. But we just want the outlines that we can refine it year after year after year. But now, I had last year for a bunch of delegates, and I can't say that the capital improvement program has been better than it was previously, and I think it's in a worse position. So I think that needs to be accounted for in the Sun piece budget to say what would we need. But I just don't want another year to go by where there's nothing. And I can't take any executive branch leadership seriously if we say, oh, there's all these infrastructure needs that have. And we don't sit down and be deliberate and sober minded on how to actually rank order and prioritize them. There's all these great ideas that are unfolding in 521 and these other things to fund them. But we have to have a process to unfurl them. We can't appropriate for more projects, we don't even know we have enough money to finish the existing ones. So, Director Yazdi, you inherited a lot of this, but you've been there long enough now. And I don't know who's telling you about this. I don't know if the president's office tells you that you have this obligation. It doesn't seem like Office of Management and Budget tells you that you have these obligations. And I'm not sure that the Department of Justice tells you that you have these obligations. So, you know. Everybody's the head that wears the crown, but I still believe in your leadership and you can get this moving. But I can't look at another one of these things that doesn't include a capital improvement program. And I'll be frank, right? We have a lot of members of RDC who seem to really love sniping at BFC. And if they want to do that, then we can start going down the road of, okay, this is a feature of the budget that is like the primary feature of RDC. And it's not being passed out of this process. And I've held my tongue, but if that continues on the council floor, you know, it's not just CPMD, they need to have those objectives based off that, based off what I just read. To help explain to our people how the money's being used. So that said, I'd like to table the legislation for a revisit no later than the end of this agenda, so that the program can revisit around that need schedule. And revisit all the other exhibits to ensure that we can get an accurate accounting of what they need. And then consider supplemental allocations based off of a plan.
Alright. You get that corrected.
Table.
Table.
Yes.
With the instructor. Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater.
So.
Members of the committee, this motion to table legislation on the floor, seconded by Delegate Roman DePay.
System.
Members of the committee.
There's a difference between the next.
Delegate Roman DePay.
And then I mean, that's where your team has to make that determination. We can wait.
Vice Chair Carl Slater. We had 5 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, the motion that carries to table legislation 1345. So we'll work with the sponsor and continue the discussion. I do concur with every word that Vice Chair Slater had mentioned. This is not a new topic, new discussion. This is a discussion that we have had every year. And this does impact our comprehensive budget. This CIP does impact our comprehensive budget. If we don't have a plan to at least organize that project, then we're never going to start organizing projects. So we have to start with budget, something so important as organizing. I think the world is never. All right, we're gonna move on. Thank you, Scott. We'll be again, if you're back, then take a look at that, your budget. To organize it, because
Look at
the chapter budget,
This is.
and we'll. At this rate, I think we make it to your budget again on Wednesday or Thursday. Well, it's running. We'll be in there, so by Wednesday, it's got. This got it, sharing too. We're actually gonna reconvene Wednesday.
Wednesday. Oh, okay. That's what we need to do, we need to sit down, right now.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the agenda at the time, but we can go a little bit next, legislation not very nice, but. So talking about this legislation, won't be.
This is what I said.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess, so we get that to the next legislation, the next legislation is 01396 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 12:55. Or, yeah, we're gonna be. Conference room. The committee is on the agenda. Here to consider legislation 13925. This is sponsored by Chairwoman Brenda Jesus. She is here. We do have a forum. We have Delegate Armin Leahy, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, Chairwoman Emmer Knessler, Delegate Lester Yazzie, Vice Chairman Carl Slater, and myself present at 1:04 p.m. We will continue on with our agenda. The committee just tabled the last legislation. We're moving forward with legislation 13925. Mr. Taki, would you read that proposed legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0139-25. An action relating to the Research and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and approving recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Division of Economic Development and related matters to be included in the nominations FY 2026 comprehensive budget. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority of this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. For now, Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Taki, for reading the legislation into the record. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 13925? Motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater, is there a second? Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee, we will hand the floor over to the Office of Management and Budget. I see Ms. Sam and Ms. Largo here. Let me give the floor over to Ms. Sam.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm here with Ms. Largo. We'll go to the OND report for the Division of Economic Development. The table of contents, letter A through D, or the record to A. This year fiscal year 2026 budget summary by one time for the Division of Economic Development. You have the general fund business units listed on the top, and then your non-general funds, the two special revenue funds and the proprietary fund for FY 2025. The approved budget in grand total is $7,102,434. Indirect costs of $344,134. Proposed for fiscal year 2026 nomination funds. Proposed general fund budget is $5,625,231. Indirect costs of $375,418. Proprietary fund of $250,000. Special revenue internal $3,073,360. For a grand total of $9,326,009. Note on your general fund budget column, we have the red color coded numbers. Those indicate the changes that were made by RDC. What's reflected here is what was recommended by the executive branch president's office. So that would be for Chile RBDO, Northern RBDO, Fort Defiance RBDO, and small business development. And for your information, the division does have to revise exhibits showing when the changes are made. So going on to the expenditure report on the tab B. This is the FY 2025 budget status report as of May 31st, 2025. And we have the general fund business units listed on top. The original budget was $4,500,678. Revised budget for the general fund is $10,840,143.90. Actual expenditures $5,319,308.12. Encumbrance of $2,385,492. Others available $3,135,343.78. Temperature rate of 71.08%. The two proprietary funds, original budget $390,000, revised budget $1,153,878.12. Actual expenditures $676,213.07. Encumbrance of $103,582.14, budget available $374,146.91, expenditure rate of 67.57%, grand total original budget 4.8. The grand total includes both the general fund and non-general fund, so original budget is 4.8, revised budget is 11.9, actual expenditure 5.9. Encumbrance was 2.4, budget available $3,509,490.69. And an expenditure rate of 70.74%. Target level at May 31st, 8 months is 67% expended. For those that are 57% or less are underspending, and those 77% are overspending. Indicated by the two asterisks, you see that there's two that are overexpending, both behind RDO and the Carrington office building. And you can see that one for the list.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is MC Largo, the Senior Manager and Analyst for NPS. We'll be covering the 25th and second quarter performance assessment reports for the Division of Economic Development. The 24-25 CR first quarter, there are 13 business units, and the average score for this division is 3.78. And you'll notice that there's an asterisk with 2 business units, which is the 11, 0.05, and the RABO 0.0, which is non-report, no report. So it's going to fit the 1.0, first department, and also no report for their score. We only go to the second quarter, for assessment score by the Division of Economic Development. The average score is 3.03, and they're all above meet application. Going on to the second quarter and population status report for the Division of Economic Development, they're all up to date. Going on to the tag E, Commission of Appropriation Legislative Consent Report for all division department programs. As you can see, the column business unit numbers, the EP to respond for second quarter and this legislative concerns in following. That completes all of these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam, and also Ms. Largo for the report today to the committee. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, does anyone have questions for the Office of Manager and Budget? Jerome, ever has that time?
Yeah, thank you for the report. I just wanted Ms. Francisco, thank you, can you so I just want to look at the colors section A of the report. Is blue like amendment 1? And then and red is like amendment 2, just help me understand how that correlates with the amendments. And I just want it visually to show acting division director that you have 2 programs that are considered failing in first quarter based off of performance, which now information budget is a performance-based budget. So if they're not submitting their documents, that's how we see it. I think failed that quarter. So that would be the Chinle RDO and the PBB tourism department. It was work with OMB on submitting those forms because then that leaves looking at like there should be reductions in budget if they're failing to meet their budget. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Shannon, Chair, and recognize the credit. I'm gonna go back to first, we're going to go back to Ms. Sam. Respond to the questions regarding the colorization of the report. And then, if Ms. Largo wants to add any recommendations regarding the, non-reporting, policy analyst, section of the OE report. Ms. Sam, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Regarding Delegate Bobby's question on the color code, the blue one is, yeah, there were changes by RDC, but it didn't involve changing the planning amounts. It's just to indicate there are changes, but it's like the budget form 3 personnel changes, that's what it was. The red one is actually changes to the budget amounts. Thank you.
Okay, let's stand and then back to the budget and finance committee. So blue represents amended budgets that RDC took amendments and made it within the budget. And then in the red budgets, they moved around money within the business units. All right, thank you, Ms. Sam, for recognizing or making that recognition again. Red represents movement between business units. Blue represents money staying within the business unit, but amendments were made. Okay, and then Ms. Largo, I guess, well, some of the comments made by Chair Crowdy were just about the making the program aware of the failure to reply to OT. Members, is it even else any questions for OT at this time? No questions for OT? All right, thank you, Ms. Sam, Ms. Largo. We're gonna move on to presentation from the sponsor and also her agents. We do have an established motion and second on this legislation. Chairwoman Brenda Jesus, the floor is yours.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Today, we come here before you with Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development's FY 2026 budget. And Mr. Acting Director Scrolanis is well aware, Chair Friday, in regards to the report that weren't submitted by Chinle, our BDO and the Tourism Department. I understand that the submission of their first quarter report were late. And I really think this is where Director Scrolanis really needs to stay on top of his staff, is to be submitting these reports as requested to fulfill the obligation through budgetary and fiduciary responsibility as a department manager. So thank you for citing that. And right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield time, and the Resources Development Committee, just for information purposes, members of the Budget and Finance Committee have received a 5-year economic development plan utilizing the sales tax. There is a $500 million plus ask, but one of the requests from the committee to Division of Economic Development was to provide a more suitable plan that would actually look at the actual sales tax revenue that has been coming in. And I believe the last report that we received from Assistant Controller, Mr. Robert William, was around $38 million. And again, giving a revised 5-year plan did not gear towards a more realistic plan that would only try to get the $38 million expended. So we do have a project department manager and also small business development manager that are going to be looking at the 5-year plan with their team, and hopes that we could get a legislation dropped by Resources and Development Committee to have that plan approved by the committee so that we can start, or they can start drawing down their 5-year sales tax dollars as mentioned in the sales tax fund management plan. So I just wanted to put that on you all's radar, and hoping that we get a legislation dropped here within another month after the committee does deem the 5-year plan to be a more realistic plan. And then also, in regards to the business site leasing regulations, the division is also currently working on amendments to the business site leasing regulations to the administrative and management plan to hopefully fit the current operations of the pre and post business site leasing activities on Navajo Nation, not to mention the temporary permits that are allotted, and just some of the lessons learned as the departments have encountered with existing business site leases, and emergency operating, permits that were issued. So hopefully we get those amendments. Right now, it is for nomination Department of Justice. And they should be coming up to, before Budget and Finance or Resources Development Committee here within another month, requesting for a work session. And once, we deem that the documents are suitable with legal sufficiency, we will be dropping legislation to make those amendments that gives us slightly some regulations as well. So with that, colleagues, I'd like to, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the time over to Director Scolanis here to give an overview of the Division of Economic Development budget for FY 2026. Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of Lester, the Amber, the Sherman, the Norman. Yeah, we're from the Division of Economic Development. And I want to extend my heartfelt greetings to you and express all the gratitude to you for your dedication. I know how hard you've been working. I was here last week, I think, Friday or Thursday, you guys are working to the next Thursday, and I know Andrews, are you ready? All my team back at home, so I see how hard you guys are working. I spy Kennison, Shawn, Shan Kado, you're being very, very responsible, and I said, by Kennison, law and the seal. Today, we gather not to only discuss the numbers, but the allocations, and, you know, just what I know you guys all have hope. Only meant Kennedy, all of us we're not on it in different ways, and we want better for our nation, we want better for our communities, and better for our elders and for our youth. We want people that have hope. That's really what we're fostering here. I also want to start by acknowledging my staff, but a lot of my program managers and key budget staff and our economists, all of them are here. I said our different managers, and you know, I saw them go into action 2 weeks ago when the fire started, and I was really proud of just what they were able to pull together, helping me even on that Sunday evening, you know, to all through the week. Just I was really impressed, and it wasn't about getting press too. So we didn't have a bunch of posts about what we were doing, and really that's been my message to our team is let's really just do the work about so the net on CQ, so the net by 810. So I wanted to acknowledge my staff, and you know, there's not that's a form of a fire yet. I think he done even that. But we have many fires, and I know you guys are all aware of one fire that just happened just now. That we're dealing with in a different way. You know, we're the landlord, and we're really on top of it. And again, my team and I are very unethical. Just to let you know, obviously it's all the accolades in that this is a very complex landscape, you know, with trust land status, fee lands, just how leasing works. We're really the only tribe in the nation where we have a massive private sector that we're really nurturing. And that means, you know, we have to perfect leases, and we have to perfect different types of lending programs, and we have to deal with businesses that can't get financing because of the trust status without taking. So it's a very complex environment. We also have tribal enterprises, private sector enterprises, aspiring entrepreneurs, many outside business owners that want to come into Navajo. So all that is very creates very complex environment for our staff, and again, I'm very proud of a lot of our which show most of them are handling multiple, too many projects. We are a staff of 55 and 7 programs. So I want to, as was stated earlier, we were looking at a 2.5%, 2.5% reduction from, FY 25 allocation. And then there's also, so our general fund allocation, our general fund, budget is, at 5,625,231. So that's something that, we're, you know, that's from the year before, it was $5,845,905. So there is a reduction and again, the way I look at it is, you know, if we were a development company, if we were, you know, we had 110 communities and really 3 states, what kind of dollars would we operate with? Would be a lot more than $5 million. It'd be a couple of billion dollars. But we're, because we have to handle everything from the getting the site set aside, written the chapter, doing the feasibility studies. We have to, a lot of our land needs infrastructure, so we have to work on that infrastructure. We have to work with the business owners to give them incentives, so they'll come in and finance a lot of those pieces too. So there's a lot of different work that we do, and so I'm really cognizant that there's a real need for much more than this. But with that, we move forward in alignment with 2026 budget instruction manual. Then there were no layoffs. And that was something that we really asked all programs. You know, based on the way the budget allocation happened, we have a couple of programs that really got impacted. You know, so but what we made sure was that we kept the positions. But and that's where like they're asking for unmet needs for operating budget. But all positions are budgeted at 100%, with the exception number 1. So we have all the positions are 2,088 hours, and we have one at 1,044 hours, and that's for the senior appraiser position. So that's something that I wanted you to be aware of, and that's in the Fort Defiance budget. It was transferred from the real estate department budget. DD has identified 7 vacant positions, and several of them are in the process of being filled. I know one was just filled in QC, and then there's 3 others that are being filled right now. So that's something that I want you to be aware of, and then we're actually actively like in the interview stages of several of the other positions. Funds from the business units were utilized in the budget to fill as many shortfalls as possible. We sat down with all the managers and we looked at where we could get dollars. Even from admin, we were able to keep 2 programs together. And so we were able to cover those programs. Major changes in this budget from what was proposed, there was Northern RBDO was something that I know has been on your mind as a committee for some time. And what we did this past year, Shamanta, on that program, we did hire a position in Tuba City. Sean last year, we told me to be a little more innovative. Don't just abolish the position. You know, there's a lot of opportunity in Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and these places. So we have a position that was filled, but a lot of their time is assigned to Utah. And then another position that we are in the process right now filling is under the shipwreck RDO. And again, there's a whole sector there that is in oil and gas and tourism is massive. So so that one is a lot of their times will be assigned to Utah. And then we have a compliance officer position that we are also filling and recruiting for that will be assigned for Utah. So that's something that what we wanted to do was create an actual program out there. We are holding a economic mini, it's kind of a mini, it's a mini summit on actually this month, on July 29th, with the Utah chapters, and they want to talk about all things under the sun, about what they've been thinking about, you know. So we're very excited, but that's something that we have scaled that back. I think it is a pretty move. It allows us to really assess and really build up the workload. So it's a little bit of a more disciplined approach to developing a department. Let's build up the workload, and then we also have many programs in Utah that we're just getting to know. A lot of them for the first time, we're gonna be meeting with them, even the community colleges, the universities, the different Utah departments. So, you know, I think we're gonna have a lot better handle as we move forward throughout the year. We also, one of the things that I know that has been high on your mind is an economic research department. I know you really appreciate the value of our economists and what she brings to the table, along with Madam Chair, Jesus and RDC. They also really value what we're able to do with just one professional position, but we are going on with trends from throughout, not just America, but the world. And we're in a world of really unpredictable economic behavior. There's trends, there's all kinds of oil gases go up and down. Interest rates are just kind of volatile. Stock markets are going up and down, and tourism is really been impactful. As we reported the last time to you, there's like a 14% drop in international visitation. Now, you know, who knows where that's going, with all the different tariffs that are being reapplied. So so what we propose is a major budget for a development of a research department. That's an unmet need that we're able to pull together. Our total unmet needs requests is around 3,760,000. That includes keeping the key ones is keeping our RBDO's whole Western RBDO need money for operations. Also the real estate department, critical department also needs money for operations. We also have several other needs, and one is like project development. And again, I'll go into explanations, also support services. Project development has an unmet need of $2 million. So I'll go into each of those areas. Key budget adjustments and units. We admin, we have 704,000 is our budget for admin with a decrease, it's a decrease of 75,000 from 24. Budget, business regulatory, 585,000, decrease of 55,000. Project development, decrease of 89,000. Chimley, no changes. Eastern, no changes. Northern, no change. Western, again, we really aren't able to cover. We did have an increase, but we really need operations in Western. Ford, no changes. Support services, no changes. Small business, decrease of 53,000. Again, what small businesses working to do is to help the other programs. Real estate, we were able to, 432,290 was allocated, and we increased that budget by 131,000, but they still need money for operating. Unmet needs, really, the key ones here is real estate department, 140,752. Fort Defiance has an unmet need of 148,000 for essential staffing. Western, 101,000 for operating. Chimney, 150,000 for crucial site cleanup feasibility studies. Eastern, 90,000 for roof repairs, technical services. Eastern, we access our building at Eastern RBDO, so we have to take care of everything ourselves. Northern RBO, 350,000, that one we took out. So that's no longer part of our budget. Support services, 439,000. That's really for a loan officer, advanced loans software. And new we really, our division, needs a lot of work on our roof, project development, $2 million, gap. And again, some of these things like, one of the things that project development is having to do is to cover a lot of the electricity and things like that for like the Shanto Hotel. Well, the chapter and the business operator work out the lease. Again, we have many things that and I know all of you guys work with our project development in some way. This is how we move and you know, a lot of like gas station projects, a lot of projects out there, these guys are critical to that. And I just wanna, and they're really our key development program. So I just wanna highlight that, and then our economic research department, what I talked about is, we're looking at 339,000 requests, to fund that program, so. Some of our priorities, obviously, you know, these, project development is really working on major initiatives. They're key to programs like an auto shopping centers, then a wholesale convenience store. They're really working on the different types of industrial projects, gas station projects. They're the ones that project manage the Shanto Hotel. I know they're key in things like the Jehoso Museum. They're helping Bobby with the new Shiprock Hotel and the new Shiprock Visitor Center. So all these areas, project development are crucial to that. And so what we're looking at is really ramping that program up. Obviously, they're also tied to the 5-year plan. This is our project management staff here are the ones that, and again, what I try to do is really like give them the reins to, I want them to be objective, you know. There's a lot of political influence on these when you run this kind of a program. Again, as you recall, this is my second time as managing this division. And what I always try to do is to really keep things really objective, let the professionals identify. So I know the team that worked with a consultant, and they were able to really look at, they have a criteria of like, is there a feasibility study? Is the business owner putting their own money into the game? Is it, yeah.
I really appreciate you, I forgot to do from the very beginning. But this has been a request from the Budget and Finance Committee that I read this rule. So, all the oversight committees, REC, and PSC, Budget and Finance, we all approve the rules, so. Let me read you this rule so you're aware of it as you continue your presentation, and we're also held equally to this rule as well. So it's the 4th rule in our procedures. This is the procedures we adopted earlier in the month of June. It's BFJ in 2525. The 4th rule, it says, the oversight committee is not required to swear in any agents or other presenters. Regarding their presentations, the Navajo Nation personnel policies manual subjects all Navajo Nation employees to termination, first offense, for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. And under the Navajo Nation's ethics and government law, Act 2 NC 12 subsection 3741 to subsection 3793, all Navajo Nation elected officials are subject to forfeiture of their elected positions and political civil penalties for knowingly making false statements and falsifying documents. So I just want to make you aware that those are the rules that the committee adopted, and RDC also adopted similar rules. So let's state that rule, and other committee will ask for your first study that rule anyways. So I'll just give the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me wind down. I usually do this in like 10 minutes, and this is the first time I'm actually going like 20 minutes, so I'm gonna wind it down. Our strategic goals this coming year, and we're in it, is really strong project management. And that's really with our project management program, but we're also adding project management capacity in the tourism program, and also we're refilling Mr. Jishi, who is a longtime staff in our small business department. He retired recently, and so we're really building that capacity to do more projects, and I'm sure you're seeing the effectiveness of our team with things like the Shinbug RV Park, and with Church Rock, a lot of the projects out there. Our team is really moving things along. We do a lot of cross program partnership and work, and so we are seeing the results almost every week. We're doing a new business site lease signing, or a grand opening. We just did a grand opening on Friday. I mean, so there's a lot of areas that we are really, and that's one of our top focus areas. We're also be really creative with that. And if we can work with a different using different innovation. I know our staff just presented a new market tax credits. That's a different type of financing mechanism. Elaine has been really active in asking for grants along with project development, looking at different types of federal grants out there, and fairly successful at securing additional funding from the outside. The other one is we are really focused on launching different types of financing. Obviously, you're aware that we finally are launching the SSBCI program. We gave out our first loan through the Change Labs about 3 weeks ago now. We brought in the whole team of banks under them, under Elaine's leadership, under the division. We're also bringing on banks, and we've given them the capacity to do larger loans. We're doing like the larger loans. So that's something that, and again, a lot of Mr. Horace's time is focused on relaunching the BIDF. I know he has the goal of relaunching that in September, so there's a lot of pressure to meet that goal, and I know he's working with the Auditor General's office and Division of Finance on that. We also are we have a major tourism initiative, and I know you guys are aware of our tourism department, but it's strategic marketing. We really want to stay ahead of the game, understand that the international markets are changing. Bobby and his team are spending a lot of time strategically with the states, with different types of tourism associations. They're doing a really good job. I know this week, even they're meeting with the Arizona governor's tourism staff and department. So they're also, as I was telling you, really getting into projects. There's a lot of innovation. What things like trails, things like tourism festivals, but also actual projects up there. So again, I'm really proud of our tourism department. Innovation, as Madam Chair brought up, our team has spent probably weeks now with DOJ and really updating the business side lease regulations. I know sometimes they get really contentious, I hear it, but our goal is to make it easier and make it more friendly for business leasing to take place. Dual tax is a big thing on our mind, and how we address the taxation. We want to increase technical assistance too. This coming year, and it has been an effort. That's why we're working really closely with Change Labs, with different colleges. We are really to enhance our technical assistance. A lot of it is under business retention, under business recruitment. We have run into a lot. Our business people run into all kinds of issues, And it's better if we identify early than later, and we've been actually really good at identifying those issues earlier. If the business will communicate with us, and then improving the real estate function. A lot of our staff, like our real estate manager, he's at a conference this week, and I told him that was critical that he be there. Because on the software that will allow us to take all the business sites that are available and put it on the website, so people can look for a business site, really get all the information that's available on a business site. And really do some of the pre-application work on that, so that's a critical thing, and so Mark Lynn and a few of the staff are at the ESRI conference this week. So that's under and then business regulatory. I know Alvin Wanika is here. I want to congratulate him. He's our new business regulatory manager. We're doing a lot of work again to how do we update some of these regulations, how do we improve the process so businesses can get approved, and let's manage any issues too that come up with businesses. Again, there's a lot of projects in the works. Our eye is on the revenue, obviously, with the closure of NGS and really the future of Four Corners is still unclear. So we spend a lot of time working on diversification and looking at like how do we help the Intech with is there something that we can do with their energy hub idea? Is there something they can do to start planning already for manufacturing? How do they what are they doing about transition economics? So a lot of our thinking is around that. And then we're focusing a lot of places. I mean, Church Rock is a big thing for us, not just in the industrial part, but some of the things are the different projects that are in the area. Shiprock is a big focus, obviously the Litchfield, GS area, the Four Corners area. Loop, there's a lot of opportunity in Loop because we have a casino, we have another casino that's coming into development phase. So these are some of the areas that we're working on, Shamanta. But I just really want to say I have my team here to help me answer any questions, and I'll turn it back over to you with that.
Thank you, Director Solanas, and also to members of the committee here. I just wanted to bring light to the current audit findings that the division has. The P-card activities was highlighted as a finding, and I understand there is a corrective action plan that is currently being initiated by the Support Services Department under Division of Economic Development, and we also have the BIDF, which is the Business and Industrial Development from that. Mr. Skolanis had mentioned that Mr. Horse is working on right now. And then there is the business site lease process. This has been a recent audit that BED have gone through, and I understand that there are some findings with that, and that would have to be an initiative that Small Business Development and Real Estate will be taking on to address those deficiencies. So I just wanted to note that. And also, Madam Chair, and members of Budget and Finance Committee, I'd like to impose a condition of appropriation to Division of Economic Development, which I would request one of the members of the committee to initiate, as Denahoto has a convenience store. To date, that store does not even have a business site lease at all. So technically, Navajo Nation is liable. And I know that it's been under the preview of the project development, but this is a condition of appropriation that has been outstanding now, or this issue has been outstanding. I'd like to put a COA to direct the Small Business Development Department with Ms. Elaine Young's leadership to get a business site lease in place, if not an emergency operating agreement. Because at the end of the day, we don't want the navigation to be held liable. And I know that this has been a continued request and it needs to be fulfilled at a certain point. So I just wanted to bring that concern forth, because when this legislation was being heard before Resources Development Committee last week, I, as chair of RDC, was attending to the communities with the Oak Ridge fire, so I wasn't able to bring this issue, but it is my understanding that it's still outstanding. So we cannot continue to operate like this and put the Navajo Nation in a liability situation. So I just wanted to bring that to the committee members' attention. Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation.
What was the first 5 years?
All right, thank you, Chairwoman Lee, city representatives today for your presentation on legislation. 13925, we do have a motion and a second established on this legislation. I'm first going to go to Vice Chairman Cronster.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us about the hotel occupancy tax and the budgeting for that? I don't see it in one of these business units in the account page. I think it's a special revenue fund. I know that we amended, we made some amendments there. That was the BCD one, so I'm curious in the legislation if it's being considered. Or if it's gonna have those to see.
Tab 12.
So it's included within the tourism department, it's not a separate revenue. Fund.
Do you want to answer that?
And then second, I don't wanna jump the gun, but Delegate Crowley was supposed to be expanding, I think, the amount for the business site lease cleanup. And she got a document from the staff, right? And so it shows all these listings. And curiously, everything that I've been working on for the past, I don't know, 6 or 7 years for cleaning up my district, I can remove from that. So we're talking about political influence. It's very clear that there's political influence from a number of the resources involved in identifying what's on this list, and it's only Chimney and Hartland. That's it, Central Agency. So I'm not sure lack of political influence is truly happening.
All right, so with those questions, the same. I guess it's time for Kristen to evaluate everything she's heard today and maybe advise the committee later on in about 5 or 10 minutes, but first I'll give Kristen some time to think about that, and then just at the same time over to our sponsor and also Mr. Skrillanes to respond to those questions regarding the revenue fund and also the sessions on the listing that's been provided to the committee. We'll start there and then we'll take a deeper dive into your budget. So, Chairwoman Jesus and our sponsors, you support your requests. I'll work with the committee as we continue to have those discussions. So, Chairwoman Jesus.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Mr. Skrillanes and his team to ask about the hot tax budgeting that was posed by Honorable Vice Chair Slater in regards to the business like lease cleanup as well, so.
Madam Chair, we turn the time over to Mr. Martin, who's our tourism director. He can explain how we're treating the hot tax.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the ENF committee. First, I guess to clarify, hot tax is a special revenue fund. It is not part of general revenue. Just a little bit further into detail, as many of you know, tourism has not received a successful drawdown, I think, since 2019. Been quite some time. So based on those numbers, divided by OMB, or OCO, sorry. Our allocated numbers have gone up dramatically this year. Previous year, 2023, I believe 1.5 million was pursued through the drawdown process. However, due to amendments that were requested from council, that money that was given to tourism was pulled back, and we did not have any funding for the hot tax. We did get a larger amount allocated last year, but taking into consideration previous years' administration, BED covered 4.5 positions from tourism that was taken back from us this year. Tourism did cover that amount, so that cut down the amounts that funding that we had available. Well, I hope that answers your question.
Go back to Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Okay, so your day access, the amount that's in there, I think the way that we passed it, right, so I think I just sponsor that. Or maybe co-sponsor, that's all I trust in. Whatever. But it's what's how cover your program budget, and then you can get into starting to fund like specific project things and stuff like that. So in here you have $1,050,000 for infrastructure or capital outlay, so $1 million for infrastructure and $50,000 for land improvements. I'd like you to explain what the plan is for spending those, or there specific projects that are contemplated. And then within the program, I see $50,000 for promotional items, which makes sense to the tourism department, and I'm not knocking that. But for charitable contributions, $146,000, I wonder if you can explain that one. I usually don't nitpick like this, I never see them say charitable contributions, I'm curious what that is for, what entity or who it's for exactly. Let's see here. And then, okay, you got a healthy amount of contractual services, which makes sense. I'm seeing 140 for consulting, so these expenses, you can just help me break down what the plan is for spending that, and then the art and design, what that is gonna be spent on, and then the other technical services at 175, what that will be spent on. Because I know that there were some projects, I think it's in the queue that people were contemplating moving forward on, the shipwreck, the winter, I think the, what do you call it, not forest town, world center type things, stuff like that. Those are still looking forward, it'd be great to hear about that. And then I think that's in terms of those questions. And then I guess just following up on, back to this statement from the RVDOs. We've got all around the trading post site. There's another Leo gym site there. There's the old Greasewood store, Kennedy store. There's just all these things that we've been working on. I've had, every president from this to Nyberg led and veto the money that we had allocated for such purposes. But for light in our community, there's a limited number of economic development spaces, and the ones that are by the road are the ones we should focus on, so encroaching other people's land, we should think about that. So I don't understand why those were taken off. And there's only 2 chimney sites plus 1.4 million for the Rocky Ridge store. What, something we've been working on for years, and they were packaging. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go back to our sponsor and her agents, Chair Casey, so I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Spillane. Yes. All right, Mr. Spillane, is you're recognized.
I think my advice are done some before, but just to have a reminder to the 3 million that was allocated to us for this company budget is long time coming, number one. Number two is it also slated to utilize the carryover, so any funding that we don't use this year, we're looking at projects for previous year as well. But as far as constructional, we're looking at visitor centers, as you mentioned, Shiprock, to the city, Crown Point, hotel development in Crown Point as well. Same with the Shiprock Hotel. Museum. Toll also looking at one in Shiprock, if everything goes well in that aspect. There are other projects that are coming up that are tourism, but on the side, tourism encompasses a lot of different businesses, whether it's gas stations, tour operations, creating new ventures for tourists coming in on. So we're looking at those areas as well. We'll move on to the next one, charitable contributions, again, that's not gonna be utilized completely for this year. I'm trying to plan for the long range because of how difficult it's been to get any kind of funding, period. So we're looking at stretching this out over a 2-year period. But charitable contributions is, it kind of sounds funny in that aspect, but it's a lot of it has going towards sponsorships or. Like, for example, this Arizona Tourism Governor's Conference that's coming up this week. We are sponsored that because it helps us get our name out there, it helps us get more involved into the entire state community. We do that for New Mexico and Utah as well. There are also other associations that we are part of, IANTA, Arizona Indian Tourism Association. So a lot of the charitable contributions, literally sponsorships go towards events like that. This past year, we're part of the Arizona Indian Tourism Festival in Scottsdale, Arizona. And that has a huge draw of outside traveling public, for being in the Scottsdale area, that helps us get a higher target market. For looking forward to bring more visitors in. We've also been putting more contributions or sponsorships into the events that are gonna attract new target markets, for example, the Arizona food cultural event. Which is something totally different, but it's helping us to pay attention to the way our traditional foods are presented. And drawing more people in that target market out to the Navajo Nation as well. So,
Park and design.
okay, then we're also looking at architect design. We again are looking at creating visitor centers in certain areas. We're able to, based on previous funding, we were able to pay for a architectural design for the Shiprock Visitor Center, and as you had mentioned, that was one of those projects that was on the listing, and unfortunately, those did not go through. But we are looking at other designs for other visitor centers in different agencies. Right now, if you look at visitor centers across the Navajo Nation, the only one that is, I believe, in operation is the one in Chinle, but that's under National Park Service, it's not under Navajo Nation. We are working on doing a grand reopening with the Sheep Springs Visitor Center. Luckily, that one is not having to go through redesign, but we are having to do a lot of modifications to the building, clean up. So that's also going to take funding there. Second was one more subject we brought up. I can't remember what that was.
But there's not short, so it's not.
Okay, the motion items.
Oh, no, you answered. No, charitable.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Delegate Slater, on your question on the site cleanups. That's the first time I'm seeing that this A lot of those projects are in the 5-year plan, so we really need to do a comparison analysis. And so that's, you know, but again, I believe that came from one of our RBDOs, and I know our small business managers here. But I have never seen that list that you just that you're referring to, Shananda. And but again, I wanna be proactive here, we can relook at this, you know, and I can ask my staff to put on a more objective lens on this, because, yeah, I get your point on that.
Vice Chair Slater.
And I just have one more, so. Just between RDC and D, do you have a plan on when we're gonna pass the sales tax bonds? Cause I, like you said, is that an interpretation of these are short, well, I see things on there that I feel like I've seen on those sales, yeah, it's fine, so that's why. That was my first thought, I was like, I'm not sure that's actually what I will see.
Shannon, thank you, Madam Chair, and also Vice Chair Slater for your question. So, RDC's goal is to at least get the 5-year plan across the finish line within a month from now, to get a legislation dropped by either myself or one of my colleagues of the committee. And because, so this unmet needs document here actually includes all of those, and one of the requests to Division of Economic Development with these demolition projects is we have to take, you know, a stance from environmental position as well, where the recommendation was to properly do an analysis when we're talking about asbestos, and then you have to get the proper abatement done until the demolition is completely done properly, because again, I know that's what now the nation EPA is going to be looking at. So I don't know if the cost that is illustrated here is looking at the assessment of proper abatement and proper demo to be done. So again, we'll take it back to the team and make sure that those variables are considered when these budget recommendation is being finalized with the sales tax dollars. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, thank you.
A month.
All right, thank you, for responding to that. Chairman Brenda Jesus, members of the committee, sure we have all questions around the table. We go to the side of the table, Chairman. Members of the you have questions?
Yeah, I have noticed this. Thank you, appreciate it, so I did. In requesting an update on the hot tax, it does look like it's at the Department of Justice. Chair wanted to get some. I'm just gonna put a legislative concern right now to the Department of Justice. To provide. That information to the Division of Economic Development and Tourism Office. On their request, about $3 million. For the hot tax, my hope is that. In these discussions, we haven't heard DOJ for data, but they could help and follow up and give some support. What's a challenge to us, you know, as delegates, is you're the client. So when we ask for an update, it has to go through the client. So, I'm not sure when the last time we asked for an update on the hot tax, but we could. This is just encouragement to get some sense of, however you budget that money for the $3 million. I did also want to ask committee members, if you want to add additional projects onto this list, delegates later. So I was going to ask that this become exhibit E with the language. I was going to make a broad language for exhibit E for the dollar store. 7.9 million. For unmet need, or if you know, we could put the more stores in your district that you've been working on this list. But they'll go into unmet need. Thank you.
Should the chairman ever has a project, let me just get clarification on that number at this point, what's the occupancy tax, the go to Vice Chair Slater response.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so there needs to be some clarification. The 3 million was allocated from OOC, the process for next year. The other funding that we're talking about is the 499,000 request that we made for funding. Through the hot tax, through the bin. When we originally signed up for that, we were asking for 50,000, then we were informed that we could actually increase that to more. So we wanted to do that, so we have some projects that are right now this way funding. And that's the one that's kind of being held up with DOJ. We're not sure where in the process it's at. We have had no feedback on that for at least the past 2 weeks, maybe longer. Yeah, modification, correct. Yeah, been waiting for quite a while.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, I just want to clarify that for Mr. Taki's legislative concern, because we're gonna have a legislative concern for the Department of Justice regarding the. Lack of communication to the Division of Economic Development on the request or request occupancy taxes. I know, DB has been not just reaching out to their oversight and to the Department of Justice, but they do reach out to the president's office and. And it's not here saying that there's no responses in either way. Alright, so that's the legislative concern. We go back to Vice Chair Slater for, the question goes to you.
Thank you. I think the last time that I had numbers was from 2 years ago at this point, so it'd be best if the program could update the listing, we could provide that and then. We are, so the president, then we can include that language that you might ask, I guess, the election council and Mr. Toddy, if we don't have the numbers right now to include there, can we tell them to update that exhibit? And give them the date, what was it, this one's it or something? For the additional business that they can.
Should it? Yeah, sure, ever right, because the numbers that Vice Chair Slater had just mentioned, they're about 2 years old. He's asking if in your amendment, if you could direct the Division of Economic Development to update their listings by Wednesday, Thursday. However, I'm confident.
Well, I just think if you're cool with that, maybe we can put the numbers in place.
Yeah, if you wanna make him.
Alright,
Cause I'm not gonna do that work.
I'm gonna recommend, or not recommend, I'm gonna go recognize Vice Chair Slater.
Reclaim my time.
Okay, I'd like to motion to amend legislation and direct the Division of Economic Development to update their exhibit E on that lease schedule to include business, comprehensive business site lease. Cleanup. Abandoned business site lease cleanup. And there's a preliminary of that state that was provided, but that was for exhibit J, I think that you just need to update your exhibit E, so that's what I'm. Have a breakdown, the stores that were included there, that included more pet store, replacement store, dealership. Around older trading posts, and there's others that are happy to work with you, and then what date to be with you?
Wednesday.
By kind of business last day. So there's some cost inflations for those, let's estimate those out. Because they could be a part of CIP, they can be a part of the sales tax, one of the part of a whole bunch of things and. It's one way to do that, so make that motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, Mr. Taki. I know Vice Chair Slater's verbally offering that amendment, but do you need some time to word that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
For hers.
alright, so Vice Chair Slater, I'm gonna wait for our legislative staff here to update the amendments before we go through that. And then in the meantime, we're gonna go back to the committee for no, okay, Mr. Taki has Vice President this time.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, in addition to the directive issued by Vice Chair Slater, I would also recommend that you also include technical amendments to this legislation. As again, Budget and Finance Committee was not included in this legislation, include exhibit H as well as for the committee reports, and we have that all drafted as well.
Oh, yeah, they already have a base amendment drafted for this legislation, or technical amendment. That was already there, so they're gonna add it.
So I can sense that, but who did you get the second?
Nobody yet. I was over.
So I'm modifying the as fine.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shockey, for raising that. The vice chair Slater concurs with the advisement, and for the record, there was a prepared amendment for this legislation for technical changes to the language. It's technical because we just had there was just some wording forgotten in a few places. So we are building the legislation based off of that original amendment that was already created. And for the record, all legislation after this legislation will also include that technical amendment as well. So this legislation is not being singled out for that one amendment, all of the legislation after it is on our agenda have to have that amendment. All right, while the Vice Chair Slater's amendment is being drafted. Go back to the committee vice chair before I recognize the motion and the second, while the language is being drafted. We go back to the chair, the organizer Friday.
Yes, I appreciate it, thank you. So I represent Northern Agency in the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm curious if you could give me, I'm reading the committee report for research and development. Can you help me understand, the amendment that was proposed to remove funding from Northern Agency RDO? I think you.
All right, thank you, Chairman Eric Friday. I'm gonna go over into the sponsor and also her agents after.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and also Chair Crotty for that question. And again, I haven't been able to circle back around with my colleagues as to why that particular request was put on the floor, because I was excused that day from RDC. But I'm sure that Mr. Skolanis knows, as he was heading this discussion with the team when they came before Resources and Development Committee. Madam Chair, thank you.
Shamanta, Pro Andrew, yeah, I think can be. But again, the key items, I think what RDC was really wanting to do, and again, Elaine agrees with this, she's the manager of the small business program. Is that just that we need to be a little more prudent in how we set up a program. You know, for me, I see the need out there. I'm talking to the Utah chapters. There's a massive, they'll join in the NIA, they really want a program, and they keep saying there was a program here, and what we wanted to do, again, we already have a couple of these positions, Shimon. We have an economic development specialist that's being hired in Shiprock RPDO. We have a senior economic development specialist that was hired in Western RPDO. And then we have the compliance officer. So these are three positions that what our intent was, is that we create an office, actually with office space, and we started an initiative. We've had several. I've met with the Utah Navajo Commission. I've done a lot of outreach with my team, with our managers, and we're holding this session with the Utah chapters. I'm actually going to attend the Utah leadership meeting, so I get a better handle on how the state and the different departments work with Utah. But what the committee wanted to do was for us to really be a little more disciplined in how we create a program, especially when our division is getting a budget cut. You know, we're really developing a whole new program when there's another way to do it. And that way to do it is to have the manager from Northern RDO and the manager, that's the Shiprock RDO, Henry Simon, and to the city RDO, Edward Little. They can both manage its economic development specialists that are assigned Utah projects. I know Elaine also has this initiative, she wants to create a small business development institute right at where the NGS station used to be. She's reserved a whole section of the admin building, so a lot of that focus will be Utah chapters, it's just right there. We are also being requested by Utah chapters to come to the chapters to really help them with project planning to, and that's really where it starts, is that a lot of them, they've never done economic planning, a lot of them, they don't have land that's withdrawn for economic development. So I think it is prudent that we do for a first phase of planning, and also where we actually have a land withdrawal process. We identify, we start doing some feasibility studies, that could be done in that alternative setup, Shananta. So I hope I answered your question, those, Amber, probably.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chaperone. For the record, I believe I have the legislation. Let's do, speaking of RTO.
350. Why did they take that? What was their concern?
Fortunately, RBTO 332,000 approximately, Eastern Agency RBTO. Ship RBTO 422,000, Western RBTO 14,000. Fortifying, so RBTO 291,000, and Northern Agency 8,000. So I will go back to my colleagues and I need to ask any questions.
That's operation. Do you want to answer that? No.
Okay, thank you. So Tony, what you're telling me is. So Elaine is not under RBDO, right? She's the boss. She's the boss of RBDO. And. Small business development department, who runs that? Okay, so. This budget is not gonna fly. You're not gonna give Northern RBDO $8,000. Well, everybody gets over. I'm looking at the budget, so you can shake your head. But I'm looking at the budget. That's what I'm asking you to explain. So I put here, the OMB packet. Money was moved from Chile RBDO. Moved from corporate finance RBDO. And then small business development received an increase. So did you move money from the RBDOs to small business development? Which maybe that's what you said. But I'm not gonna agree to a budget that only has $8,566. That's ridiculous. So I need to know how much Northern RBDO, I met with them. Was it Friday, Henry? What did we meet? Friday, on Monday. So how much does Henry need to have economic development in Northern Agency? As a matter of fact, it's Northern Agency that's pulling in all this revenue. Oil, coal.
No.
We're suffering out there, and now you don't even give us a chance for economic development. So I want to see what this looks like, so that they're, that's outrageous, Chair.
I concur, or whatever, Councilor Cardi, I'll give some time to the Vice Chair Slater to continue comments on the Northern Agency RPO.
Well, this says, business development RPD is 11,009, and then on here it says 11,007. I have a question that's exactly related to this, but I want to follow up this.
Alright,
Thanks. Yeah, I'm looking at the committee report and it says there's amendment directing motion from Sean and. Sean and Claw, and then second by Andy Simpson, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And this is where it says 3 resource development, committee hereby directs the division direction to move all budget funds to northern review general funds. Business unit 11,007, budget fund 1. $80,566 to remove $350,000 from budget fund 1, and then the business unit 11,007. $350,000 from economic development budget line. There's an extra amount that's added need for contractual services. And it doesn't equal this $350,000. 5K from New Zealand, so I don't understand what that money is consequential. Because it doesn't say it's being added into the unmet needs form, it's being added to contractual services. So I guess in the program, the sponsor explained just what happened in this amendment, because they're adding money into something that has to come from somewhere else. There isn't a budget, a random pot of money.
There, RDC, can you
The other thing
explain?
is number 3 where it says 11,007. And then this OMP report, it says that 11,009 is the ship rock RPDO. I just want to open up, give me 1 second. 11,007. So what is 11,007? I'm just curious. I'm just being deleted, or is that just an error? Thank you.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to the spawning flag at jar of money and the presenters here today. Here's our second copy can somewhere. Oh, so this is very useful.
Okay. The 09 is Shiprock RPDO, and then there's more than RPDO. I don't know why we have 2 different agencies, but maybe we can have Miss Elaine Young elaborate on this, Madam Chair.
Well, where'd you move this money? Did you move any money from this proposed northern RPO?
Shananda, again, Shiprock RPDO is funded at 400 and.
So you put it from northern RPO?
493,000.
What are we gonna put into ship that?
And then the northern, it's a new, that one has an unmet need, a massive unmet need of 350,000. That's the one that we were creating a department, that we were gonna move the positions to that office. We were looking at like, in one of the Utah chapters.
But does that already have a business?
That's 1107.
I can explain.
Yeah, 1107. I'm gonna turn your time to Tyrone, who's really, Tyrone's a budget guy, guys. And yeah.
I'm in there, but you know, because there's a lot of people wrong, and that say they're.
I don't see one, that's what I was gonna ask.
That's the very back.
Where's your unmet needs? Unmet needs for your DED. No, this is for the whole division. Chair, they're behind every business unit, Vice Chair.
Okay, your question then, okay, what we did is, we established the northern area based on your FY 24 legislative concerns. And that's what we said when we presented before RDC, that legislative concern goes beyond. Beyond that point, so we. So for now, and this budget, what we did is, we, at first, what we did is that we identified all the personnel and, these are 3 vacant positions that we transferred into, the northern RV because there's already a business unit number. And, so what we did is, from the vacant position is from the senior economic development specialist from Shiprock, who was vacant at the time. And then also the contract compliance officer from administration. And the senior appraiser from rent real estate. They're vacant, so what we did is, since there was no, work site. We don't know where it was gonna be at. Either in Annis, Montezuma Creek, or Lisa. So what we did is, in order to do that, we just, we went away from the BIM, but we just went ahead and budgeted at 80 hours for these 3 positions. And the rest is, we went ahead and done under the unmet needs with operating budget. And the reason why that REC didn't go with this is what they said is you guys did not inform us what you gonna do.
So who told you that?
REC,
But like who on earth?
Which member?
Sean,
Delegate Claw?
yes.
Alright, thank you, Tara. For the record, though, that the examination council approved those legislative concerns. So every member that voted for the FY 25 budget with those legislative concerns approved those legislative concerns. So if they weren't informed, I guess they didn't read the legislative concern. Go back to register.
This was for fiscal year 2020.
Yeah, right. Even then, that every delegate had the opportunity to read a legislative concern on FY 24 budget. They've always had opportunities to. It's not just the council delegates, but the public as well. Go to Vice Chair Slater, because of all the question on the mat.
Thank you. So I'm just gonna go back to Directive 1-4. So the Resource Development Committee hereby directs the division that Monday in business unit 110005, Cheney Regional Business Development Office under object code 6500 interaction services budget fund 4. So 5,000 for feasibility studies, 10,000 for EA survey. 8,500 for the inspection appraisal fees. The total was 22,500. So this directive should be completed for legislation 3925 that was brought before the budget and finance committee. So. So Matt, where did that money come from?
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm gonna go back to the presenters to respond to your questions, or did you finish your?
Well, no, it's a question, I just want to know where it came from.
This money. That Delegate Claw, I guess. Had made an amendment.
Okay, on that, on that, the 23.5, it came from, it was directive coming from, Delegate Claw also, and then, and my question at that time is, what is the directive? Can we do that? So what the,
So you haven't done it.
it's already there. And my question now is clarification with the exhibit, it's in there again, 23.5, so does that become part of the legislation again? So in total, do we come up with 47,000?
All right, I'm gonna give the floor route to our legislative council, because you can't just, from a money's mouth, can't disappear.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go back to the legislative council.
Thank you, Sharon. So, yes, it is confusing because there's nothing, I'm looking at RDC committee report directive 1 and number 4. And it looks like the division director is to add funding to a certain business unit. The confusion is that there's no indication of funding being taken from anywhere. So you are over your allocation that you can't do. Well, RDC couldn't do it. So, has to either take money from somewhere else and decides that it wants to with this directive that RDC made, or to undo the directive slash amendment. At this stage, we're just working off the base planning amounts. We don't have UUFB or what will be in the UUFB is down the personal lapse savings fund to draw it up to.
I just said, hold on, Karen. Let's see what OMB has to say, because OMB should have been guiding RDC and also the program assets. So. OMB, where did this money come from and how? Is it already integrated in the proposed budgets for the Chinle RBC? This and.
I just got a headache.
It's their budget. Oh, their budget. That's what I'm saying. The most thing is this was. Okay, I'm just being told.
Go ahead, Miss
I
Sam.
got you though, but you're saying. That one there's different, okay.
Alright, this mic is not working, so we get some batteries, so that will be my.
This was the first, I'm not gonna do the one, so we good.
Hello, first.
All we did was check.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The question on where the funds came from as far as the emergency amendments, I indicated when I was reading the OND report. On tab 8, the division summary, I noted that those that are in red. Or what's proposed, the general funds that reflects the president's allocation or how the division. Works, it represents what was presented initially to RDC, which is the president's allocation. So if you look at, business unit number 110005, Chimney RDO is 332,040. Those are going side by Florida, and then compliance is small business development. Those amounts represent the budget that was by President's office. So now RDC for their report, I indicated that the division has a revised exhibit that's where it shows all the plus and minuses. So, well, let's see, the Chimney RDO, the branch size recommended budget was 330 and then the oversight committee increased it by 23,500. So that went up to 355,540. And then Northern RBDO, that's 8,500, it would throw that. And then before my time, RBDO is 9.
Sam, are you reading off of the? Which, that's
Chair, we've got the
is that
distribution.
A, your budget summary set, okay,
Over element.
is that A?
Thank you.
I'm reading off what's being passed out, the revised exhibits A and E.
Alright, so who allowed RDC to do this? This is not, but follow the budget instruction manual. Who from OMB raised their hand and said, I do not advise this.
That was Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. That was on June 30th. It was late, probably 7 to 8 o'clock. We weren't, I wasn't at the session after 11 when the final votes were being taken. But the other advisors were also there, Mary Khan, developing these amendments. As well as Ms. Peggy Knocknight, the committee advisor. So the division, when they finally gave me the budgets, they made their internal, where the funds would come from, the 23,000. The increase to change the RVDO, they came from, the bulk of that came from business unit 11,001 for the small business development. And then also wiping out the northern RVDO. That's how the revised budgets were submitted by EED. So as far as Kristen's question that we exceed, or the EED exceeds the planning allocation, it's not. That's how the revision submitted those budgets to accommodate that 23,900 increase. Madam Chair.
Came from small
So it's to Ms. Kristen for questions to include on this.
Does that reflect in your budget?
Thank you, Ms. Chair and Ms. Sam. So there was no instruction at RDC which business unit to take it out of. This was something that DED did on its own initiative to comply with the directive. And I'm understanding that correctly, Chair. So if I'm not understanding that correctly, this is the time to tell me.
Sounds like, exactly. But I mean,
They can't do that.
but the Office of Legislative Counsel gave out all these forms about, okay, then take it here, put it here, you gotta use this form.
Yes, we did, it's not
This
appropriate.
amendment is not an amendment, it's a directive.
It's a lot on multiple levels.
Yes. All right, we need an amendment to fix this. But there's no, there's your comments.
Thank you. I mean, I guess, to me, like, there needs to be. Like, okay, you have plus and a negative, and in the budget process, one of the elected bodies, either REC or PSC. Needs to vote on both aspects of this. And right now, only one of them has been voted on. Because it was just like, okay, we'll take it from wherever we're at, or it wasn't, but that's also not consistent with the rules. Because our rules say to follow the documents that come from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And so the advisor, the attorneys, the program, the managing parties, whoever's presiding at that point and carry vote, so. I don't know, I'm fine keeping it the way it is, but we should vote on it, if that we have to do. But I don't think the committee wants to do that, because I think, Chair, you want to be your 8,500 or whatever it is.
Vice Chair Slater, the Division of Economic Development, based on the FY26 planning weeks now. They were allocated internally. $5,625,231 in general funds. And then they were given $375,418 in indirect costs. For the total planning base amount of $6,648,000. There's still a difference.
What do you mean, that's the same, that's the same number here, 5,625,2.
Economic development, 562, and then 337. All right, that's about 6 million. I don't have to update this legislation, I just printed.
That's what we're saying, is that like, it hasn't. That motion was effective.
It didn't amend the legislation, it was just a directive.
Yeah, and that's how I did it, I think that's what Kristen said.
Yes.
But I'm saying, so like, we would have to vote on it to confirm that.
Got it. So, so, do you understand what's happening? The research and development committee did not amend your budget to take that money or Shinley already here. It was just a directive for you to create budget for, it did not amend the legislation.
They have an amendment. But the question is you want to keep your 8,500?
I go down to it. Alright, while we're contemplating that, is Vice Chair Slater's amendment ready? Alright, great questions, we're gonna go to Vice Chair Slater's proposed amendment. Mr. Taki, can you read that amendment number 1 into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0139-25. 1, directed, the Division of Economic Development is directed to provide a revised exhibit E unmet needs to the legislative advisor and shall include the following items. A, unmet needs for demolition project for economic development business sites. B, comprehensive business site leads cleanup costs. And 3, projects submitted to Budget and Finance by or before July 14th and other concerns mentioned by Vice Chair Slater. 16. Page 2, line 16, after exhibit G, make the following changes, a strike through period, and insert the Budget and Finance Committee report, it shall be attached as exhibit H2, page 2, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows. The Budget and Finance Committee approves an application Division of Economic Development's fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibits A through E and the Budget and Finance Committee's committee report, exhibit H to serve as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation to the Nomination Council for the inclusion of the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. Page 2, line 29, insert new paragraph B as follows. B, the Office of Legislative Services will attach exhibit H, the Budget and Finance Committee's committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action, exhibits and budget binder documents as provided by the Budget and Finance, as approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 4, renumber related city paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, offers may technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and the exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 run into the record.
I think, you guys ready to get this.
Just for saying that.
It's a directive, not the push Melvin Johnson, the one seat for the.
Oh, okay.
Within their unmet needs.
Well, what's the 350,000 unmet need?
Also remove it, like, you don't even ask for it.
Yeah, don't ask.
That's for the Northern operating budget and personal.
It was always some first one out to you.
And there's a vacant.
I know.
One vacancy.
Which is not.
Okay, so I think from all of this. Yeah, if you put that 8,500 consistent, are we good?
So should we just rescind the?
We could just present the whole directive altogether, right?
Say without. Chair, can you? Yeah. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Slater, I'm gonna ask Ms. Kristen and what she recommends, whether we rescind the directive altogether.
Yeah, exactly. And that would include in this motion.
You need to redo the Northern budget.
What Kate Cloud is gonna
You
open
need
up.
to redo the Northern budget.
The share notes, so what you can do is you can rescind the directive, it doesn't change the committee report RDC. So the committee report will still reflect what happened at RDC, but then in the final legislation. It won't be reflected, and then that'll put DED in the position to unwind what it did consistent with the RDC directive, Chair.
We have repositions.
Wait, is that what we watched the original budget documents?
Yeah. Why did they want it to go anyway? They say. Is there a way that you can learn it and change your sense?
You have to say, don't implement it.
So are they doing that?
Small business development. They did, it's all kind of regression and shape. It's like. There was a beginning, so there was a notice, there was a number, there was a time point. It's too late for those issues.
I know Vice Chair Singer had this motion read into the record, but we're gonna recess for about 10 minutes and come back. Let's make it even 12 minutes, so we'll come back at 3 p.m.
So.
Yeah.
Is this it? But it doesn't have to go that route.
know that we, so that we reconvene at 3 p.m. But let's, come back to the table, we do have delegates, committee, Chairman Amber Measure, Friday delegate, Lester Yossi, delegate, Vice Chair Carl Slater, and myself present. I think delegate Shirley Yossi must have stepped out, so at this time we do have the quorum established at 3:30 p.m. Earlier, we did take a recess while Vice Chair Carl Slater was motioning the amendments. Vice Chair Slater, do you have any modifications to your motion?
Thank you. I'd ask the staff, read the revised lines of the record on the amendment, otherwise it stands as.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Taki to read the updated.
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, the new amendment reads as follows. Under 1, the directive includes a C now, which indicates the division attorney and project surveyor. With the 1D to not implement the Resource and Development Committee's Directive 1s, 3, and 4. And their committee reports as fund reallocation should include which business unit funds are being pulled from and which business unit funds are going into, which includes a new 2 now, which reads as follows: amend budget forms which support the following funding amendment from business unit 11-0007 Northern RBEO Object Code 2001 Personal Expense 8,566 for a total of 8,566 to business unit 11-009 Shiprock RBEO Object Code 6500 Special Transaction 8,566 for a total of 8,566. The fund is to cover a funding shortfall. There's a new 3 directive. The program is to update exhibit B and C to reflect the budget of the finance committee's recommended FY 2026 budget amount. Includes a new 4 directive. The program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibits to reflect the funding amounts below. This is to be done by Wednesday, July 16th for the expenditures completion of the legislation. Madam Chairman, the budget amendment, that is amendment number 1 revised, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Thank you, members of the committee. With that, Vice Chair Slater, does that language satisfy your request?
Yes.
All right, Vice Chair Slater, thank you. Members of the committee, is there a second to the motion on the floor? Second by Chairman Amber Friday on amendment number 1. Members of the committee, are there any questions on the amendment on the floor right now? All right, hearing that at this time, we'll go to roll call vote. Delegate from Committee how to vote. Delegate from Committee votes green. Chairwoman Amber Friday vote. Chairwoman Amber Friday votes green. Delegate Lester Yossi, how do you vote?
Sure.
Delegate Lester Yossi votes green. Vice Chairman Crosslater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Crosslater votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member excused from this vote. The motion is carried on amendment number 1. All right, with that, members of the committee, let's go back to the main motion. Does anyone have questions on the legislation before the committee at this time?
So you did the other thing, right? And that also included the attorney and then.
We'll go back to Vice Chairman Carl Slater for additional questions. Before we, or I think Vice Chair Slater's gathering his questions, I wanted to mention also that the planning base amount for the Division of Economic Development, according to the calculation provided on the overall distribution of planning base amount dollars, the amount that the Division of Economic Development closed out in FY 24 is how much it was given to the, sorry, let me make sure. The closeout dollars for the division. Was for FY 24, so when there was a closeout for FY 24, the internal calculations were determined that we received $6,649,000. And then that's how much internally the executive branch allocated to the division. So it looks like the division was given dollars based on how much they expended in that. Just wanted to say that. Vice Chair Slater, did you have any questions?
Thank you. So in order for me to vote for this budget, when it gets to budget and finance again, the comprehensive budget and that the non-committee committee and it's final council consideration. I want to ask the division director to either meet or provide something in writing to help us restore faith in the program after the recent events of this past week or a few weeks. And already in trouble with the city of here, but going into specifics, but I think we all know what we're talking about. Entity was like the business of year at the development conference and right now development conference and all this other stuff. And we need some sort of assurance about how things like this can continue in the future. So I'll leave it at that, but you can follow with me on the specifics. I don't want to legislate an opportunity to talk with the agency council or the roundabout, the military speedway reopening, but it's I think very plain a huge black eye. This is public support that's required to make something viable and whatever's happening. I understand the employees are way off. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and then goes to Delegate Lester Gassie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Just real quick, I see that for Eastern RDBO, there's an unmet need for roof repairs and also contractual services. So with that said, sir, I don't know if we had an informal discussion on this, but just to give us an update on the tenant status of the Church Rock facilities. And if we could also request for an update for this committee to allow us an update, and then if there are any of the needs that are related or tied into the leasing of the buildings over in Church Rock. I don't know if there's any outstanding invoices or anything that we might need to address, so if you could also look into that, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Lester Gassie. I'll go back to the sponsor and ask Mr. Stellanis to respond to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and yield time over to Director Skouras to answer that question for Eastern Arcadia.
I know we have the project development department. It's really diligent in getting all the funding. They're using all the different channels. Yeah, there's an allocation fund, a lot of that, and we use different channels to finish the building. They're also working on with the tenants, yeah, a Coho, and in the same situation as we had a tenant that just abruptly left. You know, the market for rubber gloves went way down, and the competition is really extreme. Is what I discovered. But I'll turn the time over to Tony Perry, who actually oversees that department, and he's the one that's one-on-one working with the actual tenants that are going to move in.
Good afternoon, Chair. And members of the Budget Finance Committee, and response to Delegate Gassie. We are working with two tenants. One of the existing, what we used to call the CR2. That's used to be the rubber gloves factory. Discussions are ongoing from the bigger facility at the warehouse. We're also under discussion to bring in the tenant. And right now we're working on what we call the new market tax credit. That's additional monies that we can use to finish out the building. So that's kind of a brief summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Lester Rossi, Mr. Scalanes and Mr. Perry, if you can provide a written report on the status of those buildings and the plan for the future tenants or right out of that circumstances. To the Resource and Development Committee, to the Budget and Finance Committee, would appreciate that. I believe the last time the Budget and Finance Committee received a formal report, it was about a year ago, not more than a year ago. So that's important to hear more about that and where we are in that regard. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions to the main motion? Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. I just have a more understanding where we're at with the new market tax credits, I feel like since I've been working second. So. We've got anywhere there, CFI we're working with the town banks that. It's so where it's because. There's too much on top of the existing responsibilities, so we gotta need to. Develop some capacity internally or find investment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater for the question. We are just on the verge of working the final details. And the final details will require us, meaning the Project Development Department and Division of Economic Development to go before RDC and probably being to basically revise our plan of operation to allow for this transaction to happen. We have a consultant on board and we're taking the instruction that they have for us. We have DOJ involved and also outside counsel involved. And it's just a matter of time. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back to Vice Chair Slater.
So is there a community development entity or who's gonna fulfill that?
All right, we'll go back to the Division of Economic Development.
Yeah, we're working with call it E and B and that is working closely with HUA because they have that organization already established, an entity already established, and it's just a matter of following through with all the departments. And HUA was willing to help us along the way. As you know, HUA use that same source to develop their headquarters, chimney, district office, and along with other locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'm gonna go back to Vice Chair Slater. You're good. All right, members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on the main motion? Second call on any questions on the main motion. Third call. All right, hearing none at this time, members of the committee, let's go to the vote on the main motion as amended. We are on legislation. There are like two agendas, sorry. Legislation 13925. We will go to the votes on the motion as amended. Doug, you're going to need that vote. Doug, you're going to need a screen. Chairman, you request for Friday, how you vote? Chairman, you request for Friday, vote screen. Doug, unless you're asking, how you vote?
Madam Chair, vote
Doug, unless you're asking, vote screen. Vice Chairman Crosser, how you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Crosser, votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, 1 member excused from today's vote. And with myself not voting, the motion does carry on legislation 13925 as amended. Thank you. Chairman Brenda Hastings, thank you, Mr. Strelanes. For committee for taking action. All right, next we have the meeting regulatory office. Let's take a quick 5-minute break while we shuffle around together. Recess for a moment and then come back. Being in the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have a forum with Delegate Shelley Yazzie, Chairman Neighbor, Nestor, Cardi, Delegate Les Reality, Vice Chairman Carlos, and myself. We have an established forum at 3:53 p.m. Oh, there's Delegate NDA too. All right, we have everyone on the committee here. Members of the committee, we are on the next legislation. We are on legislation 14225. Mr. Tide, could you read that title to the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0142-25. An act relating to the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navigation Game Regulatory Office and related matters to be included in the Navigation FY 2026 comprehensive budget. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation has been registered to the record in entirety. Per Navigation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been registered to the record by electronic voice recording.
All right, thank you. I think Mr. Tide, for reading that legislation title into the record, members of the committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 14225? Motion by Chairman Neighbor, Nestor, Cardi, members of the committee, is there a second? Second. Oh, wait.
That's why it's certain. You have it, that's all that matters.
Is there a second? Second by Delegate Shelley Yazzie.
If you want to motion.
In the motion for since it's been bundles that the legislation needs to be agenda. I have to do that right now.
Oh, what I was motioning for was to give to read the legislation and move forward. That's what I did. That's what I said.
Sorry.
I was gonna wait until we finish today.
Yeah, he said leave room. You could have an emotion.
Well, no, I'm gonna need a motion for a gaming event. Everyone take a photo.
It's now or never.
All right, members of the committee, I'm gonna go over to the Office of Management budget for their report this afternoon. Looks like we have this Tommy associate here. Associate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I will go ahead and do the committee ONG report for Navigation Games Regulatory Office. Your table of contents has A, with the budget summary, this is unit 12001, Navigating Regulatory Office. For FY 25, the approved general fund amount was 350,000. The proposed amount for the proprietary fund is 420,000. And for the budget status report for May 31st, 2025, the original budget was 120,000. The revised amount was $455,950.91. Actual is $53,366.06. Encumbrance amount is $218,371.95. Budget available is $184,167.90. That gives them an expenditure rate of 59.7%. And I will turn that over to Ms. Shannon Kate.
Okay, moving on to the performance assessment report. There's only one business unit with the National Gaming Regulatory Office. For the first quarter, you have 3.50, which is 75 to 99%, which is equal to acceptable. The second quarter, performance assessment score average is 3.50. Again, that is 80 to 89% satisfactory. Moving on to the plans of operation status report, the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office says plan of operation was adopted in 2018 with the statutory reference legislation below. And moving on to tab B, conditions of appropriations and legislative concern in the board. There is one
the all division department programs, which all branches, divisions, departments and programs. Shall provide reports at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter, the number of employees that received step increases, bonuses, and the number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the GWA funding is allocated and how the funding was spent. And if there is any employee that did not get compensation increases as a result of the program being deficient, performance evaluations. The business unit, National Gaming Regulatory did respond in the second quarter, with the band status is on the way. That completes the only report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi and Ms. McKee for the report to the Budget and Finance Committee, nor to the study. Are there any questions on the only report this afternoon? Whatever you put it up with. Any questions from the Office of Manager Budget? All right, carrying on this time, we do have an established motion in a second. I'm gonna go to our sponsor, Chairwoman Ms. Brenda B. Suits and her agents today to begin their presentation on the overview of the legislation. The members of the committee can ask questions specific to the business units as they see fit. So just an overview time. Thank you, Chair Suits.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Again, we bring the gaming, nomination gaming regulatory office budget here before you this afternoon. And just for information purposes, calling the plan of operation for the gaming regulatory office is currently in an amendment stages and hopefully should have a final amendment proposal for a legislation draft at the end of this fiscal year. And again, as we know, the gaming regulatory department has been looking at other class gaming amendments that they would like to do to the existing structure. So, but other than that, this is a proprietary fund. This year it has increased up to 420,000, which I will have Director Ms. Jones go ahead and provide a more in-depth overview and requests. Madam Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair, Vice Chair, others. My name is Michelle Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Navigation Grading Regulatory Office. Donation national bill catching the budget and sent the chain bill pay on another. I have here before you get our budget legislation 015142-25. In your packet, these funds is our proprietary funds from our fund management plan. The way these funds are received is fees that we collect from licensing, gaming licensing fees and applications, as well as gaming facility licensing fees and any other fees that are associated in related to regulatory. That can be including replacement of badge fees and so forth. So in here, you have the table of contents for our business unit 120001. Under tab A, our budget form 1. These funds we mainly use for all our payments for background checks and services and screening services. And if you see that a large amount of those funds are contractual services. So we do have to make payments for backgrounds to the National Indian Gaming Commission, as well as the Arizona Department of Gaming. And we also have an outsourced contractor for our back screening called under a contract called Americhet. We spend anywhere between 150,000 to about 300,000. It just kind of varies depending on how many people apply for a gaming license. We also pay for our gaming audits, which is required under federal regulations. So we have to have 5 audits done for each gaming facility. Right now, our biggest gaming facility operator is a Navigation Gaming Enterprise, and they have 5 gaming facility licenses So each facility has to have a gaming audit done. And that is done by a contracted auditor, a CPA firm. Right now, we do have a Bloomberg CPAs that does that for us. And the last thing also that we use for these funds is to pay for the police reports that we collect for background. And so we pay the Navajo Nation Police Department, their INS department for those background checks that are, I'm sorry, the police reports that are submitted. So if you go, sorry, I paid, budget form 4, so if you'll see that we have budgeted 240,000 for consulting and 180,000, I'm sorry, 180,000 for other contractual services, making a total of 420,000. And then under tab B, is our exhibits for exhibit A. You notice that we did have an increase from 350,000 to 420,000. We're very thankful that the Office of the Controller gave us an increase because previously it had been pretty low. We have been hitting our targeted revenue every year except for in 2021, a year after COVID. However, we normally exceed our allocation amounts. So this year we got an increase, and that way we should be able to take out, not have to ask for surplus funding so late in the fiscal year, because that's usually what happens, and we have to have about a month or 2 months to try to spend those surplus funds. So we're thankful that the review was done by OC to increase that amount. The next under exhibit B for our comparative summary, say just 420,000 under our exhibit C. That's the, like you said, there's any recommendations. Exhibit D, again, any recommendations for COA or legislative concern. Exhibit E, we don't have any unmet needs at this time. And the last exhibit, also that's fine. So that is my presentation. I'm here available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones, and also Chairwoman Jesus for your presentation today on legislation 14225. I will go back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there any questions on the legislation? Any call for questions on legislation 14225? All right, hearing no questions on legislation 14225, I will go to a roll call vote. Delegate Norman, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley, votes green. Delegate Norman, votes green. Delegate Lester, how do you vote? Delegate Lester, how do you vote green? Vice Chairman Cratzer, how do you vote? Green. Vice Chairman Cratzer, your vote's green. Chairwoman Amber Beth McCarthy is excused from this vote. Have 4 members voting on the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, 1 member excused. Motion carries on legislation 14225. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Slater, would you like to do that, guys? Thank you, before we continue. I would
Later,
say-
though, not now.
Thank you to Chairman Casey for your time today. We do have some revisits from the Resource Development Committee, and we'll notify you likely tomorrow, right, Rodney? If we finish our agenda today, we will likely continue our revisits tomorrow. Chairman Casey.
The computer plus.
Well, we likely tomorrow or Wednesday, so we'll keep in the loop, Chairman Casey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and recognize Vice Chair Slater.
Would you like to motion to add 51 and 9125 to the end of our agenda? And there's that line. If you want
This is
What are they?
Vice Chair Slater.
5125 is the utility scale solar tax and 9125 is the.
Let me take that. Here, this is.
Enact the resources of the building. law and order, budget finance, executive committees, and navigation councils. Approve the navigation utility scale solar and energy systems, energy storage system tax, 12 sections. 1301, 1314. In amending 24 C sections 206 and 9, there. 9125, national budget finance, committees and navigation council, approving $579,295 from the reserve. Fund balance, the navigation watching office, but some mediation was made for fiscal year 2025, maybe called in C section 20E, section 820F, section 820J, and section 820F.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Ross, members of the committee, the motion on the floor is to add legislation 5125 and 9125, we were second to the motion on the floor. Norman DeGay, seconds the motion. Whoa, Norman DeGay. Members of the committee, any questions on the amendment? Hearing none. Delegate Norman DeGay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman DeGay, vote screen. Delegate Shirley Yasi, how do you vote? Green. Okay, Delegate Shirley Yasi, vote screen. Chairman Everett, Mr. Price, how do you vote? Chairman Everett, Mr. Price, vote screen. And Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi, vote screen. Vice Chairman Center, how do you vote? Need to stop. I should miss it, okay. We have 5 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting on the motion on the floor. For the record, that was a motion to suspend full rules and to add legislations to the agenda. That vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, myself not voting, motion does carry to add legislations 5125 and 9125 to the agenda, to the end of the agenda. Request of the committee. Motion does carry. Thank you, Vice Chairman Ross there.
Alright, can we have other options? Wait till you get us.
Mr. Toppy?
Madam Chairman, well, we did approve the suspension of full rules and had legislation 051 that is the agenda. The legislation is passed board committee, but I need to wait for the committee report.
You got till Wednesday. Okay, we said we're gonna consider Wednesday.
It's at the end of the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Toppy. With that, members of the committee, we have speaker early compared the budget finance conference here, so there's that we like have the sponsors for legislation for legislation 12675 and legislation 15675. Mr. Toppy, can you read the legislation title into the record for legislation 16225?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, you have legislation number 2 for tracking number 01-265. Title of the resolution and action relating to the nominate committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the nominated legislative bank. Budget Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation with the record in its entirety. For nomination council rule of order rule 9, that legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Toppy, for reading the title into the record.
Motion.
Vice Chair Carlson, motion, legislation 12625, members of the committee, so you have 8. Seconded by Delegate Lester Yasi. Members of the committee, we have the title read into the record, we have members of the committee establishing a motion and second. Members of the committee, do you desire a report from the Office of Management and Budget? Okay, we desire a report from the Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Largo and Ms. Francisco and Mr. Yall and SOC and Ms. here. All right, we're going to go over to Ms. Annette Francisco to begin the overview report on the legislation for the committee. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
My name is Annette Francisco. I'll be reading in the legislative report. Yeah, items A, B, C, D, and D, well, each one of those. Their item A is their budget's one type summary. And then, I'll go down and read about 1 and 2, FY 25 general fund. 19,276,956. Your proposal 2026. General fund amount is 16,200,000. Your cost is 2,208,578. And then you have prior to your fund, the amount of 700. Give you a total of 18,409,278. The budget status report adding up May 31st. I've had the water line total. Our original budget is 8,405,805. The total set should be revised 23,308,820. Your actual is 10,999,126. Under to 1,535,259.41. Budget available is 10,836,433.89. Your percentage is 53.1. And you'll notice there's 3 actions, meaning those programs are underspending. The previous state also has some single actions. Then they only have a proprietary time. Is the nomination code, original budget is 5,500, revised is 36,414, actually 0, numbers to 35,417, so the available is 1,000, percentage is 97.25.
My name is Anthony Largo, Senior Management Analyst in the S section. Within OB, going on to tab C for the 25 versus 70 components assessment score for the legislative branch. There is only one asterisk, meaning that the program or business unit 92 and I'm Commissioner for Human Rights for the control, which is failing. Only to performance assessment scores to legislative branch. Okay, state business unit 9010, we only has a low score. The average score for the just reached 3.10. And the 25 program performance assessment one, 2 for human rights commission has a patch also. Their score is 2.0. And going to finance. Going to the restricted corner of the initial status report. There are 8 somewhere that notes to be, their unincorporation needs to be updated. They are releasing on 10, 17. Before and 5, and then also 10 to 39, and it's the so this is actually the operation. 1 to 8, conditional appropriation and legislative concern. The condition of appropriation for legislative branch. They did not respond for 2nd quarter. The status of this COA ongoing. My colleague, Ronnie Jones, noted, branch. Noted that on 7/11/25, she received a report for the 3rd quarter from the AG Janine Jones. And that response, she has it in the email. Moving on to legislative concern for the bridge. And they also, the 1 to agree for the legislative concern wasn't responding to the 2nd quarter. Status for all of those that are ongoing. And that also is a process for you to get in there. It says Janine Jones has about to policy and operation to the development of the administrative process for the structure office. Currently, the revised plan of operation and legislative for the
Like I said, legislative council, through our office, one position, restructure around the committee and the budget units and. Only going to the next legislative concern. And all position of finance and programs, in the legislative branch, a stolen or second quarter, those are all on one. That completes all of these reports. Be careful.
Thank you, Ms. Sargo and Ms. Francisco for the reports. To the Budget and Finance Committee, members of the committee, you have an established motion and second. Do you all have any questions for the office management budget?
I just,
Chairman Amber Testor, right?
yeah, I just wanna, let's see. So we have quite a few programs that are under expending. We'll do, budget and finance. Labor Commission. Office of the Speaker. Office of Government Development. Office of Legislative Council. Utah Commission. Legislative Services. Ethics and Rules. Board of Election Supervisors. Black Mesa Review Board. Commission on Emergency Management. Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Human Rights Commission. Health Education Human Service Committee. Resource and Development. Law and Order Committee. And Legislative District. I just wanted to reflect that for the record. Visually, and showing everybody. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 programs that are. Oh. And then the code is like. I do wanna know. The monies, being spent in the reporting. That the Navajo Nation Code Enterprise is failing according to their own reports for the first quarter. And. For the second quarter. Navajo Nation Code Enterprise is failing for the second quarter. So that's breaking down, the average of the branch. So, OMB, I know that, previously we had. Always, just identify the plan of operations that need to be updated. I think I stated that for the record at NAPI. Was it 20 days for the plan of operations? One of them are, Title II. Legislative councils under, CD 6889. Election Administrative Office, CD 6889, Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, CD 6889. Black Mesa Review, CD 6889. Auditor General, CD 8002. Navajo Coastal Land Commission, CD 6889. Human Rights Commission, CJN 1508. And Navajo Nation Code Enterprise, CF 389. And maybe if you could just also with this condition of appropriation from the Office of Auditor General, so that was due June 30th, we could just send us if they in fact turn that in. I don't know if you mentioned that was printed via email. And I just wanted to clarify the no response in second quarter for the Office of Auditor General Legislative Concern 1. That the Auditor General shall present an oral written report of budget and finance by the end of fiscal year 2025 third quarter with proposed amendments to the plan of operation. So second quarter no response, and that was through June 30th. We have one for Ethics and Rules Office, for Navajo Nation Labor Commission, and all of the branches, divisions and departments. I just wanted to ask OMB, where's legislative branch on this last legislative concern? routine BEB. Navigation gaining regulatory EPS, BCE. Navigation. I guess C and then PS, so that's not all branches, divisions of the departments, maybe you could clarify, that would be helpful. Thank you. Navigation C, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Joe, and Eric, that's the way I didn't, I don't think we have employees, okay, look. Do we have?
Yeah, we just make up stuff, and so.
I'm gonna go back to Ms. Francisco and, Ms. Largo's response to the question she made. Madam Chair, member of the committee. One of the, COA. Number one for the legislative branch. And the legislative concern number one from Office of Auditor General. With Ms. Johnson, Rhonda Johnson takes care of this program. And she noted for me that there was an email that was done for, it states that they're supposed to report to BNF by third quarter. So therefore, she outlined that there was a response for the third quarter, no response for the second quarter, but the third quarter we're collecting the reports now so that we can start compiling. According to the email from Janine Jones, she did respond. And that's where the third quarter response states the Office of Auditor General has revised its plan of operation to include the developing of the administrative process of the chapter audit, which is the COA number one. The COA number one, the Office of the Auditor General shall develop an administrative process for chapter audits and shall present the process to the Resource and Development Committee and the BNF by the end of the quarter. So according to the email, she did respond. And then going on to the legislative concern number one, that one states that Office of Auditor General shall present an oral and written report to the BNF by the end of third quarter with proposed amendments to the plan of operation. According to the email, Friday, July 11th at 1:19 p.m. from Janine Jones. Currently, the revised plan of operation is at legislative council for review. Once the legislative council completes the review, our office will present to the Resource and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. And then the other. Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, the other question was the report on the legislative concern for all the division departments and programs. Why the legislative branch wasn't on the list that you have on the last page is this unit column. If the program or division is listed under that means that they don't respond. Only the ones that respond to the legislative concern are under this. Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Argo, for responding to the questions. So, Ms. Francisco, was only for being here. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions for the Office of Management Budget? Okay, hearing any questions on the Office of Management and Budgets. Report, I will, as the committee has requested in the past, I will read our procedure rule into the record. In PFJ in 2525, the Budget and Finance Committee adopted our procedures. In our procedures, In Rule 4, it states, the oversight committee is not required to swear in any agents or other presenters regarding their presentations. The nomination personnel policies manual subjects all nomination employees to termination, first offense, or knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. And under the nomination ethics and government laws, add to an NC sub 3744 through subsection 3793. All nomination elected officials are subject to forfeiture of their elected position and potential civil penalties for knowingly making falsifying documents. To state tax as we're beginning of your legislation. All right, we have established motion and second on legislation 12625. We're gonna go now over to our primary sponsors, Sloan Curley, and also her agents to begin the presentation, legislative branch. Proposed budget for. Hi, good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Burge, also Vice Chair, and honorable members of this committee. Before you, let me first introduce myself, Shay Sanji Commissioner, those who are in English to Kiani, I should change those, if I can't, additional without medals and then. So good afternoon to all of my relatives that are also listening online. And I do currently serve as branch chief for the legislative branch, and before you, I do have legislation 0126-25. That is an action relating to the Nokia Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the nomination legislative branch. Here I do have Chief of Staff Mayor Rico is also here with me, and also our legislative branch finance manager, Mr. Miranda Begay, who will also be helping me with technical questions from the committee. So I'm gonna go over our binder that does have each of our program budgets. First, last year, the legislative branch in FY 2025, we were appropriated $20,276,734. This year for FY 2026, along with what was approved within with the planning base amount for the legislative branch, it is $16,200,000. Our indirect cost for a whole branch is at $2,208,578,000. So in total, with our proposed budget along with our IDC, comes to a grand total of $18,408,000 with $578,000. And as through, when this legislation went through the committee, we did state that just due to some of the reduction within the plan base amount, we did have an overall a reduction of at least 24.35%. And each of the programs that are underneath the legislative branch. So with each of the departments and programs, we didn't take from any of the departments. All of the departments took that same reduction of 24.35%. And with so on tab 1, it does go is this a higher level summary of the total amounts, and then followed by and before we start, I know we just received a report from OND as well for one of the legislative concerns, all division departments and programs. We did submit that to OND on July 7th, 2025. With this for record. And on tab. Yeah, okay. So on exhibit E, it does give a summary of our unmet needs for the legislative branch.
And all, majority of our unmet needs are considering the 24% that was a reduction in all the programs, so a lot of the numbers that you will see within our unmet needs, it does recover, hopefully, it does recover the last year's, at least getting to that close amount of last year's. So for navigation council, we do have an unmet need of 569,000. And that is for additional council travel, supplies, operating, contractual services and advertising expenses. In office of the speaker is 267,000. And this is for additional for travel, supplies, contractual services and program expenses. Again, these are correlating with where we did see a reduction in our budget forms. Office of Legislative Counsel is an amount of 1,620,000. This is additional for consulting attorney fees. And again, we're just highly stressing, Office of Legislative Counsel has been line item vetoed in the CR and also the 6-month budget that was approved by council. Now, the commission is a net need of 73,435. This is an additional cost to cover commission stipends, travel, operation supplies, and also other needs that they have specified. Office of Legislative Services is 458,392. It is additional funds for vehicle expenses, staff, travel, operating supplies, building equipment, rental, communications, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, election administration, unmet need of 249,270. This does have the first time attempt to include a public information officer within the election office and also covering temporary employees during the election and travel vehicle expenses, operating supplies, meeting rental, communication, utilities and advisement. And we're also grateful for the committee's advocacy for elections within the fixed budget. And Board of Election Supervisors is 62,514. Additional funds to cover board member stipend, travel, insurance premiums. And also for Black Basin Review Board, 15,197 to cover board stipends, travel, office supplies, and insurance premiums. Office of Auditor General, 314,000. This looks good. Auditor General? Yeah. Okay, this is an updated form from the amendment that has taken place. So the initial requested budget was 1.6 million. However, approved budget was 1.2 million with additional 200,000, a shortfall of 314,000 that we are requesting makes up the difference in some of the personnel hours and also the outsourcing funds. Now, the Local Inland Commission is requesting an unmet need of 50,000, additional funds to cover consulting fees and expenses. Office of Eastern Land Commission is requesting an unmet need of 237,704. Additional funds for research assistant, salary increases, travel vehicle expenses, equipment expenses, contractual services, catering, and refreshments and insurance. Human Rights Commission of 196,823, additional funds to cover attorney position, travel vehicle expense, travel expenses, operating supplies, meeting rental, communication expenses, repair and maintenance, contractual service, and special transactions. Health, Education, Human Services is 43,672, additional funds for committee travel expenses. Our Resource and Development Committee of 17,000. Additional funds for committees, operating supplies, meeting equipment, catering, and also advertisement expenses. The Long Order Committee of also 17,000 of
requesting unmet need additional funds for committees operating expenses, meeting equipment rental, catering, and also an advertisement. ESG committee of $650,000, additional funds for financial consultant, energy consultant, and facilitator for an donation, and also expanding the broadband capabilities for the council delegates. Office of Legislative District Assistant of $1,020,471. Additional funds to cover the remaining hours for 28 part-time, full-time legislative district assistant position. This includes fringe benefits and also insurance premiums. And one thing that was highlighted from the non-EOS meeting was making sure we did share, loud and clear that the committee was highly advocating that all of our personnel expenses are covered within this budget. And the only programs were Office of the Auditor General, which was fixed. And then next, we still have to address is our legislative district assistants, those are the LDAs. We did have an unmet need that was for $1,020,471. So if you look to your budget. Or what we have, we do have an option, the initial. So that is on 24, so if you look on tab 24. We do see a reduction within the IA program of $553,190. Last year they were budgeted at 2.2 million, this year it is at 1.7. So an option that to cover the whole personnel expense. There is that option to move the travel expense of 447,000 of the traveling expense and also the supplies, lease, and lease and rental communication utilities, and also special transactions. So if you move that up all the way to personnel expense, it does go up to 1.7. 1,718,639. Then, however, that would zero out all of the other expenses such as travel, supplies, communication, utilities, and special transactions. So that would have at least 601,407 still within the unmet needs. Which does include the fringe benefits of the LDAs. So even if we move all the way the money all the way up to personnel, it still is still shortage to cover for their operating expenses and their fringe benefits. So again, that was from the reduction from the 24.35%. So we've been trying to figure out where we could fix and make sure that all of our LDAs are covered. And the LDAs do have almost a budget of 2.2. That's almost similar to the Office of the Speaker and also the Office of Legislative Services. So, but if there's any suggestions from the committee, I'm more than welcome to that as well. All right, so those were some of the main concerns that came from the NAVIPA committee, and that will include our presentation to someone for comments and questions. Thank you, Speaker Curley, for your presentation this afternoon on the legislative branch proposed budgets for FY 26. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, if you all have any questions on the budget for you. Or budgets.
Okay, should we, so you're really going to expand a little bit on I think, Chair Ember Nestor probably brought up the expenditure rates. That would be reported, so, to your knowledge, do you have any understanding of why they have low expenditure? Do we have those?
Yeah.
Do you have extra?
Yeah.
Okay, this is under, I think Chair Crowley was reading the numbers from the Peters. Do you have any updates on why, or challenges that may have occurred, that caused a low expenditure rate for several business units?
We're getting that big, we're looking at big numbers. I think it's only because this one's getting.
Yeah.
Open conversation. That's probably pretty good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our finance manager is actually gonna get the updated report. I know that one of these report is that in the second quarter, so there were some like expenditures that have been since May 31st, 2025, so. But we do have our departments here too, if you wanna go one by each of them, but we do have an updated report.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Curley. We look forward to the updated expenditure report. It looks like Ms. McGee has come back into the conference room. So we'll. We have that distributed so that they can further have a discussion.
Does that, no? July 10th, it was the week before. Yes.
July 3rd.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, we do have an updated, report here that is, with figures. We just have it, written here from this, we ran these numbers when we had our budget hearing on July 3rd, 2025. Then from Navigation Council, the expenditure rate of the has given us 41.93, and it is now at 69%. Budget and Finance Committee was at 12.15 as of July 3rd, is 27%. Navigation Labor Commission was at 25.25%. It is now at 37%. Office of the Speaker is at 34.55%. It is now at 53%. And Office of National Government Development was at 38.47%. Now it is at 58%. And Office of Legislative Council was at 38.64%. Now it increased to 55%. Now the Utah Commission was at 36.55%. It is now at 58%. Office of Legislative Services is now at 56%. Ethics and Rules Office is now at 41%. Election Administration Office is now at 66%. Board of Election Supervisor is now at 26%. Black Mesa Review Board is now at 57%. Office of the Auditor General is at 62%. Now the Oklahoma Land Commission is now at 50%. Commission on Emergency Management is now at 49%. Eastern Navajo Land Commission is now at 17%. Office of the Eastern Land Commission is now at 52%. Human Rights Commission now at 49%. Health, Education, and Human Services is at 46%. Resources and Development Committee is now at 72%. Law and Order Committee is now at 39%. Now the ESG Committee is now at 76%. our legislative district assistants are now at 53%. And would you have for the low expenditure rates, we do have, but each of the departments are here, so if there's any specific questions to those expenditure rates.
Alright, okay, thank you, Steve, Charlie, I just has concern generally over, I was writing down the report. The updated report numbers that you have, and we have 3 months left within this fiscal year, but a lot of business units are still in the 50 to 60%. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that we're still in the 50 to 60% range, and with the updated report from OMB as of May 31st to today in July, that's about a month difference, a little bit more than a month. And there just been percentage increases since the last time those numbers were run. So it's so consistent, I think, across the board. I don't know if you have any strategy in improving that, or if you leave that to the program managers and how that's working on.
I think that's my response.
Okay, so really,
Yeah. Great, thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. For many of our programs that are below or around 50%. Our financial manager did say that there are still contracts that are still being waiting to be paid out, so once that goes through, hopefully those percentages will go up. And many of our legislative staff that was within these offices are still being completing their FMIS training as well. And then also in our staffing, across the legislative branch is also a slight shortage, so there is, our financial manager from the office of the speaker has been assisting across the legislative branch, so hopefully within these next a month at least, that we have some type of increase in our expenditure.
Yeah.
Thanks, early. Thank you to your finance team. The rest of the committee, does anyone have any questions on the legislation or proposed budget or? I have a question. Very good.
Okay, consideration, these are, if you actually hear from the state of France, colleagues, so the BIM. There was a lot of discussion, today regarding this year's budget, starting from March 31st, we all met at Kerrigan. We went over the projected budgets. And you were part of the discussion on, the challenges with projecting revenue. And if so much of our revenue right now is based off of, the market. What, how conservative we have to be, with our general funds. So since that conversation, and I'm saying this because I don't know if your staff. Because this is kind of why we're here at the base somehow. Is we got, did you get a copy of the memo from the controller on the 3-year average? So we use that 3-year average to get the legislative amount. Now. What I think has not been fully conveyed by staff was, as you mentioned, that across the board, all of your programs, all of the programs in your legislative branch got 26%.
24.35.
24.35. But when we went back to understand, okay, from what was their original amount and the decision to reduce it, Can you help me understand that dynamic? How did you come up with that fiscal year 26 amount? Did the program submit that amount? And then you notified them there would be a reduction? Help me understand. Because when I'm looking at the legislative budget, every program except legislative council received a reduction. So I'm trying to understand the formula that was used. Because if everybody received that reduction, legislative council also should receive. Because last year they were allocated about 1.9 million, and in this budget, they're at 2.5 million. So, that's a significant increase, and it doesn't fall in line with, your statement that the programs were reduced by 23.6. If I could get clarification, chairperson, when we were talking about this, at understanding that dynamic, that would be helpful.
All right, thank you, Member Cardi. Mr. Fazio, do you have a copy of the legislative branch breakdown? Okay.
Yeah.
Because this one is the breakdown, so the branch takes up the legislative branch. All right, Mr. Fazio, currently preparing her responses to how that was broken down. I'm also requesting to provide the legislative branch.
We got one of this.
Fiscal year 26
Remember
allocation.
So it looks like we got an increase, but we didn't.
Just so everyone has a copy of that, and we can compare that to. Let me ask this.
So, yeah, so-
Have it. You guys have the legislative branch breakdown? I think I was emailed out during copy, but there was a correction, it was that correction, did you have it on? Yeah, but sort of, this will do that this one, so.
Yeah, I sent that to Robbie when when they were asking for the allocations.
Okay. Yeah,
Let me see.
that would be helpful to see how the legislative session was broken down. While there was the document, I should have been here. No, go back to the speaker early, you want to respond, or you still waiting for the documents too?
Oh, no, Office of Legislative Counsel can
Okay.
explain. Okay. Good afternoon, my name is. Good afternoon, my name is Nazga Waiko, I'm the ASO for Office of Legislative Counsel. It may look like we got an increase, but last year, the allocation that OLC received was actually line item veto, like 600,000 plus. So when they got their allocation for fiscal year 2025, it's actually 1.3 plus the indirect costs. So this year was, we are actually not receiving an increase. It's kind of misleading because the allocation for 2025 doesn't reflect that line item veto that the president made on our contractual services last year.
All right, let me ask the President Francisco for the Office of Legislative Services. In the original budget and the revised budget, can you further explain how the line item vetoes are there listed? On the floor. Madam Chair. Yeah. We took the CR budget and then what was approved for FY 25 minus the line item veto, and it's got difference. And we put that in Office of Legislative. That's for the revised budget. Yes, that's for the revised budget, and the original budget is for the. Could you explain again what the original budget represents? The original budget on Old Page report, the 780,041 is in the CR budget. Yeah, but not in the FY. It says CR budget, but not the FY 25 budget. Yes, that's right. Okay, so back to the budget and finance committee, the revised budget is the Sierra budget plus the FY 25 budget with the line item. Makes no difference.
Probably, yeah.
But the revised budget is representative of the line item vetoes as well, is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Okay, and then back to the legislation, Ms. Francisco, I know you reviewed these exhibits. Or did you review the exhibits? Did you review exhibit A? The legislation? No. All right, then it goes back to the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Council. Is the FY 25 budget here represent the line item vetoes?
Clarissa. Can you help answer that question? I don't know the answer.
I'm sorry. I'm just making sure that the documents are correct, so we exhibit A in the legislation. For business unit 101019 for Office of Legislative, sorry, that's the Office of Legislative Services. For business unit 101017, Office of Legislative Council. The FY 25 general fund budget that's listed in exhibit A, the 1,977,871. Does that represent the money allocated and signed by the president, for FY 25 budget include the line item vetoes, or does it not?
Just like this, is that good or is that?
How much do they get in the FY 25 budget? Ms. Francisco, do you know how much the Office of Legislative Council received after line item vetoes just for the FY 25 budget, not with the CR? I don't have that information. That's just from the. But do you know it on your, do you have a spreadsheet that's on it? Yes, okay. All right, I think, knowing that number will help the committee better understand the reduction the speaker is talking about. Once, looks like, Pez and speaker's office are both looking at that number. Right now, is there someone at OMB that could help us, Ms. Francisco, back in the office, that could help us to find that number? Because speaker's office is telling us a number, but we're gonna need it, get it verified by you anyways.
There's somebody in the office, they can just print out the FY 25 budget and it should show you the amount minus the.
Okay.
The line item.
If someone from OMB on the call this time.
We don't know.
We don't know yet, we're gonna find that out. There's no way to find out.
No, no, they find.
There's no one from OMB on the call this time.
Specify.
Yeah, you the big book.
They don't know, it's budget right here. Is.
Most.
What is out there, if I put that, or actually.
Oh, yeah. Just to cover the personnel that LDA.
Because you don't wanna take more money out of there. if
You don't want to just keep it in the amendment needs. No, because if you have the program, you fix the personnel.
You know what?
What's the delta, how much you need for LDA?
600.
First, it was 1.1 billion, and now we're at 600.
Not there.
It's like, they have 8 vacancies at 2088. So we're. about 4 or something, and then we're just gonna take like some time. So that will go to like 3.
It's Tom, do you have your laptop? Can you hold this up?
Except my computer died. I just have it.
Does anyone have an outlet? What kind of, do you have a Dell? There's some chargers up here.
Yeah.
We got it down. As a Dell. Mr. Toddy, could you help us find the charger? Remember charger could have this Tom?
Everybody's got it.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
It's 25% of it is.
Yeah. So it's. Yeah.
Oh, they're.
How that possible, that's 25%, but 23.5%.
We're trying to figure it out. Because, well.
Is it a C charger?
Somewhere, it's not across the board. So I'm gonna put that on the side and just try to get, just try to get down so that the person out there right now. That's what I do. I'm just in the questions.
That's not how it is.
But they added and made it.
That was.
So.
Charger, yeah. You guys went to the program, you did your wish budget, right?
Yeah.
See, the way we're understanding the 24% decrease is the 24.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Manuel Rico, the Chief of Staff Attorney. Just wanted to the question. So the process that we used was before we started doing budget talks, so we met with the branch and had them give us the budget that they felt would get them through the year. And with the focus of what I've been hearing from BNF, like providing the services to the people, that was kind of what it was based around. And at the time, legislative council provided a budget of 3.5 million. And they'll print you a copy of what I'm looking at right now. So what they did was they presented a budget of $3,542,525. And once we did that cut, we cut out 862,000 from them. So that's how they got to the 2.6 million. The 2.6 million plus their IDC of 280,000, that goes to 2.160. $2,960,098, and that's where it came. But we'll get the sheet that I Thunder will print out or email, but it shows what each department had proposed to us for their budget of, for the fiscal year.
Very big budget.
Yeah, it was.
So the LDAs need to tell them to ask for 5 times their budget.
Like the LDs, they provided a budget of 2.2 million. And then comes the 24%. We tried to, we didn't want to go the route of robbing from Peter to give Paul. So we I've been on council too long. But so that's why we just went across the whole board of legislative branches, took out the 24.35%. And then Corinna just emailed the spreadsheet that application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rico, for providing further clarification regarding the 24.3% cut from the budgets. Members of the committee, that does not mean that it was 24.3 cut across the board from last year's allocation. So I leave it to the committee for further questions, but we're still getting that number of the committee. once, it comes about. Thank you, Ms. Tom, and thank you, Mr. Shockey. Does anyone have any questions to the legislation at this time? Joe, whatever, Mr. Right.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Sheriff, for letting us know that the reduction came from the program's like dream budget. So we get into, and I appreciate that you mentioned with your staff or yourself listening to budget and finance. So my concern is I'm still seeing. So the LDA budget, you have a net, you were not able to allocate $1.1 million just to meet their personnel. So really the challenge there is that's why we put it in the bin. If you're gonna put a position and it's filled, it has to be at 2088. So tell me why you get it from the LDAs at 2088. And you have vacancies in here at 2088. You have positions that nobody's in. Only funded with fringe. And then you have staff here that's filled. And you only budget for half of their budget and half of their fringe. I don't understand that rationale in terms of a management decision. And in terms of how we take care of the staff here at legislative branch. We do have legislation, there's a, a wellness policy for legislative branch employees. And one of, in terms of like economic instability, that's a huge stressor for employees. I can recall, and sometimes the LDAs will say we're the redhead stepchildren. The LDA program is part of the legislative grant. So we're not only funding that, there's a reflection on the management and the speaking. So it could be easily accomplished by like defunding the office of the speaker staff. And then funding the LDAs and then having you identify where you'll get funding from. That's essentially what you're doing for that LDA program. That's not happening. So I have asked for an amendment. Chair, I asked and I received it right before the committee, but it wasn't an amendment that I requested. So what they were able to do, speaker staff was able to help me do, start passing an amendment that would move all the LDA operating into their personnel. But there's still $602,000 unmet need. So I've asked Mr. Rosemore's here who's helped with other amendments. Judge, do you have that ready? Okay, so we have the numbers, working with Delegate Charlie, not be myself. What we've done, Chair and committee members, is identified, there's an office of speakers, you have vacancies also that you're fully funding. But we're finding vacancies that were fully funded at 2088. And we're, according to the BIM, it says the vacancy should be at 1088. So we're gonna amend that funding. And meet the fund the LPAs. I don't think there's one. I believe they're all funded, or they're all, there's no vacancies there. And then we'll combine with the BIM, and since they're all in field positions, we'll make that amendment. We also, since we don't have an updated form, the budget brief form were from 2 months ago. And so you have, it's hard for us as a committee to see what the true vacancy is. It wasn't part of the report, so we're gonna pull, according to what you provided, all of those vacancies until we get the funding that we need for those filled positions. That's what I worked on with my Carlo. I had to get out my calculator and sticky notes, look through the budget, but my hope was that legislative staff would have, gone through the budget. Mr. Rico, he says, easily identified funding and met the personnel needs of the bin. And then just put, the funding that you had to remove it from under unmet need for operation. But, like I told other, programs and executives, we're gonna start invoicing. But we see how much you're gonna get paid per an hour. And we're doing, your job, because it was in the bin. It's a committee resolution on how to move forward. Because we believe, I believe strongly, that if you're, when you sign that PAF. Now the commission is taking on that liability. And so there has to be a way in our budget that we fully fund those liabilities. Because paper and a paper, that's cheap. We don't have a contract for that. We have to fund what we currently have right now. Yeah, that's what it should be. I wanted to ask Mr. Lee, let me know your response on what was, how are you gonna, fund at this committee, the legislative district assistance, how are you gonna move, what funding were you gonna identify to move them to, be fully funded? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Member, that's a Friday while, give the floor to, the speaker and Legion's here today. I'm gonna ask if OMB can make sure, Ms. Annette Francisco, can you take a look at that, exhibit A in the legislation to make sure your numbers match up with that FY 25 allocation, thank you. Speaker Curley? I think you, Madam Chair, and I'll have my chief of staff also help assist with that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. In regards to Madam Chair Cardy's question, I'll be honest, most of our department, I want to say most all of our department managers and directors did not see the bin requirement of 2088 and 1044. So prior years, to account to how it was done, they always used to put, because they would have to use some of that money for their operations. So if you look at the LDA budget, that was, and for me, we checked it and then we asked them if that's the budget that you want to push forward. So that's where our support comes. We do mention that, the personnel should be funded. And previously they've done it like that, so that's, I guess that's laid out that they wanted to take the funding at halfway and then putting some of that money into their operations and then asking for the unmet needs. So, but we'll, in the future, we'll have our branch do a better job at funding these personnel positions. The other difficult part was when usually there was an OMB training orientation. This year there was none. There was only a PowerPoint or a presentation that was sent out. So I know a lot of our direct department staff were kind of confused by it. But we did the best of trying to interpret what was passed, through the bin. Like, for example, the $200,000 for the allocations that happened within the bin already. I think it was, the housing fund, the veterans hardship, what else was in there? The auditor general one, and as you can see, when we did the auditor general budget, we didn't include that into their budget because it was overlooked, so I'll take full responsibility for not having our own bin orientation with our departments. But that's one of the things that I noticed with our department is we need to get better at, understanding and reading these resolutions. So, in regards to where we were planning on getting the funds from, Madam Chair, it was just we were gonna attempt to get it from the unmet needs. And if that didn't work, we were probably sitting in front of you again asking for a UEFU request. But we'll plan better, with fiscal year, Madam Chair, and we apologize for that.
Speaker Curley, does that, include your responses? Thank you, Chair Hirsch, and then for the 602,000 for unmet needs. And I think that there's always options, if you can see our budget. And there's always opportunity to either take it from Navigation Council, Navigatia State Committee, Office of the Speaker, or even Office of Legislative Council. And I just been supportive of each of my directors and divisions, even though they have taken some sort of reduction. I just try to avoid and giving them the services that they need. And then if we are less than 602,000 in other areas, we just have to readjust some of our goals that we could potentially or hopefully reach within that short amount of dollars, if that is the approach we're gonna take. So we would just have to reformat our goals and some of the projects that this council has taken up on. Thank you, Speaker Curley, for the comments, and thank you, Mr. Rico, for those comments as well. I just want to again point back to the expenditure rates in this current budget. A lot of these programs are still at 50%. And it's concerning when I don't know the approach necessarily. I know that what we've gathered today is that the approach from the legislative branch was to ask the programs what do you need to accomplish your goals. However, when it comes to personnel, I think that's where this committee has raised several times throughout the budgeting process that it does mentally take a toll on employees to know that their positions are not fully funded. I think that's what we experienced in the FY25 budget. In the Division of Natural Resources budget, FY25 budget, the program managers openly stated that they put veteran employees and the unmet needs, and those veteran employees were used as a pawn. They were used as a pawn for operating dollars. So that's what we learned in the FY25 budget, that these positions that are placed in the unmet needs, it's to say that they're operating across the board is more important than personnel. So in this regard, I know that the committee is working to prioritize the personnel dollars and then to see and look forward to see the unmet needs for operating dollars. So I know that that is a great effort that we're working together here today for. I want to check with OMB. OMB, did you take a look at those numbers in the legislation? Do you concur with those numbers at this time? And Chair, I have a copy of the activity. You don't have the legislation. Alright, we'll figure out a legislation so that Kristen and we're trying to make sure Kristen has her peace of mind. Alright, thank you. Nanette has her copy of the legislation. She's gonna continue to look at those numbers. I'm gonna go back to the committee for any further questions. Chairwoman Vanessa Cardi.
Appreciate it, thank you, so some other, data-driven person, data background, HR provided a report, it was back in, April, Mr. Hockey had sent that out to everyone. They're able to provide, to give you how much you need to budget for your personnel. So there's ways that can be helpful, if we prioritize, budgeting the field positions. I think we're changing the dynamic of how we're budgeting, because every year programs would defer to budgeting vacant positions and not, budgeting salary adjustments. Not budgeting what the employees would need to, be at, a living wage. So that's an option to work with HR. A few years ago, we did ask legislative branch office and speaker to relook at, having our own HR office so that, if executive is not moving forward with, let's say, this pay scale, then if we had our own HR, at least legislative branch, just like judicial branch, are able then to have a salary scale, that is reasonable. I just wanna also then comment in terms of your fear that you would have to come back to the committee for a UFC request. That's why we have our meetings in public and we talk about it, and we have staff here. So the intent is not to have programs come back for a UFC. The intent is to have all of the programs assess what they need, a realistic budget. Like, look at your data, we have not, like, we have data as of last week on expenditures. So that should be the conversation with the programs. And if you're hearing, well, we have a lot of vacancies, we keep budgeting for vacancies. You budget for a vacancy that HR has told us you haven't even created an APA, or you haven't had advertised in the last 5 years. So we want to move away from padding budgets with vacancies. Because we know programs, divisions, branches will use that funding, let's say for salary adjustments. I mean, O&B does it. So we understand that maybe this was like a learned behavior. But if you want to move forward in a 2-year budget, we have to start knowing how much funding we need to sustain the government. And can move away from a projected revenue to having that cash on hand. So at least that year, every employee knows that they're gonna get paid. And so when the 08 housing crisis happened, our revenue projections went, hit rock bottom. And we never should be in a position, at least when we're doing the budget, to, we should be able at this point to have a budget that we need to. So the intent is not to do a UFB. Matter of fact, after we do all of the budgets, we're gonna look at all of the unmet needs. We have the 3-year expenditure plan, we have expenditure plan, and what's realistic. And it's not gonna be like a tight budget, but it's gonna be tighter than last year. Because the vacancy that I said is 35 million every year. And then we start fighting over the personal non-savings fund. So we passed legislation to say. You have to use this funding in a certain way. What is it, like salary adjustments, maybe PWA, maybe the subscription for HR. And instead of getting into a battle of how to use those dollars. That's why we want to make sure positions are filled and then what the operating looks like. Because when we did the public hearings. We had former delegates ask us. Well, how much do you have in the personal not savings fund? Well, we won't know until maybe a couple more weeks. But we shouldn't be using that money for this fiscal year. Because we don't know the actual amount till September 30th, because that's when the money will revert. So, that was a trend that happened. What was the other question you asked? The UUFP. We don't want to use quote unquote the UUFP. Because we have to go to a 2-year budget and want to have cash on hand. So the UUFP right now is an avenue for us to move forward. These have been in discussion with your staff has been at the meetings. We have great advisors, and so if you need additional information. Like on the strategic plans or how the base amounts were determined. I think those are areas where explaining that to the program and kind of a better idea of how we move forward. I don't know why I thought here travel, oh, I know why. So, did you ask the LDAs for like their input on the budget? Did you ask them what their needs were?
I have to ask the director.
Yeah, did you ask like what their needs are to do their duties, or was it, their director that providing? Cause I'll tell you right now, my LPA, like she buys her own toner. She just said, I ask, I request, it takes forever. And so I think, you know, having basic supplies. And I mean, I'm looking at how much legislative council is asking for supplies. Before I say it out loud, right? They're asking like for $10,000 a month in supplies.
Question federal government and fire for you grant and
Getting house keep voting. Yeah, so that's what I mean, it's like, you see over abundance across the branch. And then you don't see basic needs being met. So I would hope that you would see the data and have that conversation. And that's what you're trying to pull out. And that's at the management decision. And if that's across the board, like we found out, you know, it's like Eastern Plan Commission, they said this year they're gonna be considered funding to go to Washington. I hope that's happening, but they're still under expenditure. So it could be that the congressional challenges are not able to be there, but just let us know that, so that we understand. These are thought out budgets. Because the revenue is gonna start decreasing. I'm gonna say that again. The revenue is gonna start decreasing. So what do we do when we have programs that are having their budgets with vacancies? We're hoping to get that salary study, that's gonna be an additional $18 to $20 million per year. And we have programs that are just, you know, adding employees to their programs and not really thinking about how they're gonna fund that program or that employee year to year. Our benefits have decreased, so that's nice. But I think those are questions we haven't talked about, and facilities. Our facilities folks here on Nation said that you should at least budget $15,000 per building for routine annual upkeep. And so those are conversations that we'll need to have in the future, because we want to start just like mandating funding to be pushed out, like personnel, fringe, somewhat of operating materials, like these things, so that we can start having conversations on, you know, 5-year funding plans or areas that we need to come together as branches to move forward. I just wanted to give you that background. We talked about it a lot. My assumption was that we're briefed as staff. I think if we would have known kind of this insight, we wouldn't see, like, to not know that that was in the bin. We could go to in the bin discussion, we had staff in there, right? We had staff in there and, so I don't know, is the amendment ready?
So today.
Okay. So Chair, in this discussion, after my commentary, just want to offer this amendment. We did the best we could. Just to try to focus on vacancies. And a contract for an Office of Legislative Services. And then the request would be for them to put in their unmet needs, so I'll make that motion, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Edward Nestor-Cry, and I wanted to emphasize that part as you're talking where Chair Crowley's asking that also it was in the E be updated as well. I know I read the English, but not in the language. So Mr. Tahi, if you could add that little portion for them to update the amendments.
You know, we didn't ask the plane, right?
He needs,
Or
he needs that,
or 100
so he needs that one.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, the plane to fly with a page and back.
You know that the building director needs to take that plane to like cash their check and go eat lunch and.
I could have actually fallen 3 staff assistants.
That's not.
That was under.
Key economic development.
Oh, wait, what? I don't know what the penalty is. Remember the Thursday when we were going around about the, organizational charts not being needed? Oh, I think, I said we should have 10. Yeah, very delicate.
Okay, Mr. Tahi, you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Tahi, could you read that proposed amendment to the record? Oh, I also want to acknowledge delegates. Is former speaker on so here. I also saw delegate Arviso earlier, so if we could just mark them in attendance today. Mr. Tahi, could you read that proposed amendment to the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0126-25. Amend budget forms to support the following funding amendments from a business unit at 10-10-17 Office of Legislative Counsel, Object Code 2001, personal expenses. 455,212, business unit 10-10-19 Office of Legislative Services, Object Code 6500, contractual services, 146,195, for a total of 601,407 to business unit 10-10-34 Legislative District Assistance, Object Code 2100, personnel expenses, 455,212, Object Code 21,001. Personnel expenses, 146,195, for a total of 601,407. This funding amendment is to cover a funding shortfall. 2, directed the program is to update exhibit B, C, and E to reflect the Budget and Finance Committee's recommended FY 2026 budget amendment. 3, directed the program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibit to reflect the funding amount below. This is to be done by Wednesday, July 16th, for the expenditures. Completion of the legislation of 4, page 1, line 11, after the committee made the following changes. And Budget and Finance Committee, 5, page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows. The Budget and Finance Committee is a standing committee of the Navigation Council. Authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budgeting and management of nomination funds to NNC section 300A, section 301E2. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the navigation's annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year 12 NNC sections 848. 6 at page 2, lines 8, after exhibit G, make the following changes, strike through period. Add and the Budget and Finance Committee's report shall be attached to exhibit H. 7, page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee approves the nomination legislative branch fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibit A through E, and in the Budget and Finance Committee's report exhibit H to serve as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation to the nominating council for including in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 8, page 2, line 21, insert new paragraph E as follows. B, the Office of Legislative Service shall attach exhibit H to the Budget and Finance Committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action exhibits and the budget binders documents as approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 9, renumber letters to city paragraph section and exhibit as necessary appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of the Council authorized and technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes the consistent language in any of the amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chairman, the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1, read into the record.
Mr. Chomsky. I did forward that amendment to the speaker, Mr. Rico, and also Ms. Leahy, and Mr. Roadhorse, for you all to take a look at that. Ms. Francisco, give advisements to the committee, please report. Madam Chair, members of the committee, see, they do it A and B are missing that 200,000 for the off the audit agenda. That was amended, if you look at the committee report. Ms. Francisco, look at the committee report, that was amended at the to update exhibit A to reflect that 200,000. Is that the only, this was two discrepancy? Okay, otherwise, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I offered that amendment, happy. So when you have they just modified it. This is the only. I think that's it.
No, this was what, this is like step A that they provided, but it still wasn't enough.
Okay, so let's just recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back. In about 10 minutes, no, let's get to the speaker, let's come back in 12 minutes. And we're going come back.
I haven't even got a second. Like, when I get like, why you just don't get rid of all of it, 6 minutes. I didn't even come back and also. I mean, they're not.
So it's coming from here and where's it going to?
Two personnel.
Our recess.
So this is, they created this right now, so
We do have a quorum at this time, as it's 42 p.m. on July 14th, 2025. It makes us for quite some time, that's 12 minutes, but it's not 12 minutes, so. We're gonna recess for the day and come back to the Budget and Finance Committee at 10 a.m. on July 15th. So we'll see everyone tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your time.
Good control these. It's gonna give that positive belief. It's gonna give it, and then we can draft the amendment for